There are places where science ends and darkness begins, where reality fractures and nightmares breathe. These are the tales of Carl Otto's Dark Anthology. First up in this month's collection is a new chapter from the Abernathy Files, my ongoing supernatural mystery series. If you've been following along, you've already met Peggy Abernathy, recent high school graduate, grief survivor, and reluctant scholar of things that don't stay dead. Episode 4 is called Of Wolves and Warnings. It picks up not long after the last story ended, but don't worry. If this is your first time meeting Peggy, you can still dive in and catch the current without needing the whole backstory. So settle in, and let's return to Millbrook. The fog's rolling back in, and with it, well, you'll see.
The Abernathy Files, Episode 4, Wolves and Warnings, by Carl Otto. The forest breathed around him, dark, damp, and deathly still. Rick Hanley moved fast, too fast for the uneven ground. Branches tore at his jacket, his boots slipped in the mud. Every breath came ragged, the air thick with frost and panic. Behind him, twigs snapped, not loudly, not enough to be sure, but just enough to know he wasn't alone. Rick didn't call out, no use. He'd been yelling for 10 minutes, and no one had answered. The campsite was gone. He stumbled into a clearing, the silver glow of the rising moon spilling across the leaf-strewn ground. He turned, eyes scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. Then, a shape, just at the edge of vision. Low, fluid, wrong. Rick backed away, heart thundering. "Stay back," he whispered, as if saying it out loud would protect him. Another shape to the right, then another. Shadows circling, always just out of reach. He pulled the hunting knife from his belt, hands trembling. A growl rose from the trees, deep, throaty, layered like a chorus of teeth and hunger. Rick turned to run. A blur lunged from the dark. He screamed. Then nothing. The sun dipped beneath the horizon, casting long shadows across the cracked pavement of Millbrook. Peggy Abernathy stood at her bedroom window, watching as twilight bled into darkness. A heaviness pressed against her chest. Halloween haunted her like a ghost she couldn't shake, each passing day deepening her sense of isolation. Something in Millbrook had changed. The air felt tense, charged, like the town itself was bracing for something unseen. Dead birds had begun appearing on sidewalks, stiff and lifeless. Pets were vanishing, or fleeing their homes entirely, as if they sensed a threat no human could. Neighbors exchanged anxious glances in passing, whispering of omens and dark things moving in the shadows. Peggy clutched the leather-bound book the old woman had given her on Halloween night, a weighty reminder of the mysteries she had only begun to unravel. Its pages brimmed with strange drawings and half-legible incantations, hinting at secrets buried in Millbrook's past, but no matter how much she studied it, Peggy couldn't shake the growing gap between what she knew and what she felt. Every time a shadow danced in her peripheral vision, her pulse quickened. A gust of wind howled through the trees outside, rattling the windows. Peggy shivered. Each breath of autumn air seemed to whisper the same thing. Something is coming. Then, from just beyond her window, a voice cut through the hush, familiar, gentle, concerned. "Peggy, it's me." She blinked, grounding herself, then stepped away from the glass. "I'll be right there," she called. Peggy opened the door to find Nancy standing on the porch, arms crossed, her breath fogging in the cold air. Her dark hair was tucked beneath a knit cap, and her eyes shimmered with a mix of relief and frustration, like someone who'd just found a friend they weren't sure was still theirs. "There you are," Nancy said, stepping inside. I was starting to think you'd gone full recluse on me." Peggy tried to smile, but the weight in her chest made it falter. "Just needed some time to process. Everything feels off." Nancy's expression softened as she stepped closer. "You've been avoiding everyone, Peg. It's been weeks. Are you okay? I mean, really?" Peggy rubbed the back of her neck, guilt prickling her skin. "I'm fine, just busy. You know how things have been since Halloween, with Tom and the others disappearing into that weird yellow fog." Nancy nodded slowly. "Right. And have you noticed all the other weird stuff since then? Pets disappearing, lights flickering. Everyone's on edge. It's like you're carrying it all on your own. And I don't like it." Peggy's voice was soft. "I know. I'm sorry." There was a pause of awkward silence before Nancy broke it. "You heard about that guy, right? The hunter they found 2 days ago?" Peggy shook her head. "Rick Hanley," Nancy continued. "They found his body in the woods, near that deer path we used to sneak off to when we were kids. No wounds, no blood, just dead, like his heart gave out. But there were wolf tracks all around, deep claw marks on the trees." She hesitated. One of the deputies said it wasn't random. The claw marks, they looked purposeful, almost intelligent, like they meant something. Peggy's eyes flicked toward her book on the table. Something in her stomach turned. She looked back out the window. The dead birds, the skittish animals, the way people whisper. "Mr. Hanley, it's like the whole town knows something's wrong, but no one wants to say it out loud." She hesitated. "Something happened the other day, at Mr. Garrett's bookstore." Nancy tilted her head. "Something like what?" "I saw things, visions, or maybe hallucinations. I don't even know anymore." Nancy frowned. "Like ghosts?" Peggy gave a bitter laugh. "Worse." "Worse?" Nancy asked, a trace of skepticism creeping into her voice. Peggy hesitated, the memories still raw. "I think there's a cult. I think Garrett was part of it. There's something waking up in this town, and I need to figure out what it is." Nancy studied her for a long beat, concern etched across her features. "Peggy, you sound really freaked out." "I am freaked out," Peggy snapped, her voice cracking under the weight of it all. "But I'm not making this up. Something dark is stirring in Millbrook, and I can't just sit here while it creeps closer." Nancy's arms dropped to her sides. For a moment, she looked like she might argue. But then she saw something in Peggy's eyes, grief, exhaustion, and a kind of bone-deep certainty. "I'm sorry," Nancy said, her voice softening. I worry about you. We were supposed to face all this together. If this is real, if you really believe it, then I'm in." Peggy blinked. "You mean that?" "Of course. We grew up on ghost stories and weird town legends. Let's dig into them like we used to. Who knows? Maybe there's some truth in all the old whispers." Peggy let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. "Okay, let's start with the library. Maybe we can find something about the cult, or the fog, or whatever's happening." "Perfect," Nancy grinned. "I'll grab my notebook. Meet you there?" Peggy nodded. As Nancy turned to leave, Peggy lingered in the doorway, watching her friend disappear down the street. A flicker of hope stirred in her chest. She wasn't alone. The library stood at the edge of Main Street, like a relic from another era, weathered, quiet, and patient. As Peggy and Nancy stepped inside, the familiar scent of old paper and polished wood wrapped around them like a childhood blanket. Sunlight filtered through tall windows, catching in the dust motes that drifted lazily through the still air. The place felt unchanged, even as the world outside had grown stranger. "Let's start in the local history section," Peggy said, leading the way down a narrow aisle, flanked by towering shelves. The soft creak of the floor beneath their feet added to the hush of the room. As they moved deeper into the archives, the air thickened, musty with age, heavy with forgotten stories. The light grew dimmer, and the quiet more complete. It felt like entering a tomb of memory. "This is where we'll find it," Peggy murmured. "If the cult's been around for decades, there has to be some record." They stopped at a shelf lined with cracked volumes and unlabeled folders. Nancy ran her fingers across the spines, her expression thoughtful. "Remember the summer reading club?" she said with a small smile. "We practically lived in here." "Yeah," Peggy replied, smiling briefly. "Back when the worst thing we had to worry about was overdue books." The nostalgia flickered and faded, replaced by the cold weight of now. Peggy opened a filing cabinet and began rummaging through yellowed envelopes and clippings. "I'll take anything that looks like cult activity or strange disappearances. You check for anything tied to Jackson Abernathy." Nancy nodded and pulled a dusty binder from a shelf. The room settled into the rhythm of rustling paper, quiet breathing, and the distant ticking of the old clock above the checkout desk. "Look at this," Nancy said suddenly, holding up a brittle newspaper clipping. "It's from the 50s, talks about strange lights in the woods, people vanishing." She squinted at the byline. "Wait, this was written by Jackson Abernathy. Is that your grandfather?" Peggy's head snapped up. "Yeah, that's him." She stepped closer, scanning the headline, "Mysterious disappearances linked to local folklore." "He was always warning me about the old deer path," she added quietly. "Used to say something about a witch that stole children." Nancy shuddered. "Okay, it's not creepy at all." She flipped to another page and hesitated. "This one's recent, a couple of weeks ago. It's about pets disappearing, people hearing howls in the woods." Nancy's voice softened. "It was written by Tom." Peggy froze. "That's the story he told me about, the night before the fog." "Do you think it's connected?" Nancy asked. "I think it has to be," Peggy said, her voice barely a whisper. "He said something about demon wolves. At the time, I thought it was just one of his theories, but..." "Mrs. Yates, some old woman that lives by the northern woods, told him about these strange wolves. Maybe we should talk to her," Nancy questioned. "That's a good idea. We can go tomorrow," Peggy replied, before returning to their research. They spent the next hour buried in papers, piecing together half-forgotten names, half-believed stories, and eerie coincidences. The deeper they dug, the clearer the pattern became. "Look at this," Nancy said, tapping a worn page. "Symbols clawed into trees near the deer path. People said it was a cult performing rituals, animal sacrifices." "It says the detective investigating it disappeared," Peggy read aloud. "Just vanished." She looked up, her expression grim. This wasn't just rumor. People were scared for a reason. Nancy's voice lowered. "If this is real, if something's coming back, are we sure we want to keep digging?" "I think we already have," Peggy replied. "And if we stop now, we might not get another chance." The librarian's voice floated in from the front desk. "We'll be closing in 10 minutes." Nancy stretched, her shoulders stiff. "We should probably call it." "Yeah," Peggy agreed. "I'm going to ask my dad if he has any of Pop's old things. Maybe there's something he never published, something personal." Nancy slung her bag over her shoulder. If your Pop was warning people back then, maybe we're picking up where he left off. The comforting smell of roasted chicken filled the Abernathy home, masking the tension that lingered just beneath the surface. Peggy sat at the dinner table, absently moving peas around her plate, while her parents chatted about work and the weather, trying to pretend everything was normal. But nothing felt normal anymore. The soft clink of silverware, the hum of the television in the next room, familiar sounds, but to Peggy, they echoed like ghosts. She cleared her throat. Mom? Dad? Both parents looked up, her mother with a pleasant smile that faltered almost immediately, and her father with a glance that betrayed unease. I've been thinking about Pop, Peggy said. Her mother's smile vanished, replaced with something far more guarded. Her father shifted in his chair and rubbed the back of his neck, a tell Peggy had known since childhood. What about him? Her mother asked, tone carefully neutral. I was wondering if we still have any of his things, his journals maybe, old stories, anything. Silence settled over the table like a cold fog. Sweetheart, her mom began gently. You know what happened. He went missing. We never got any answers. I know, but I still want to understand who he was. I remember the stories he used to tell me, but it feels like there's more to them now, like he knew something. Her parents exchanged a look, one of those long, silent conversations they'd perfected over the years. Then her dad finally spoke. We might have some of his boxes in the attic. Photos, old notebooks, I think. His voice was soft but strained. It's not something we've gone through in a long time. It's painful, Peggy, her mother added. We've tried so hard to move forward, losing him like that. It never made sense. But that's why I need to see, Peggy insisted. What if he left something behind, something important? Her father sighed. He was working late at the paper, said he had a lead on something big. Then he just vanished. No signs of struggle, no note, just gone. Peggy swallowed hard. So no one ever found anything? No clues at all? Her mom looked down at her plate. Only rumors. People said he was chasing ghost stories. Said he'd lost his grip after your grandmother passed. He didn't lose his grip, Peggy said, her voice rising. I think he knew something no one wanted to believe. Another beat of silence passed. Then her father nodded. If you're really sure, we'll look through the attic this weekend. But I want you to be careful with what you find. Some doors stay closed for a reason. Peggy met his gaze. I'm not a kid anymore. You're still our daughter, her mother said quietly. And some things change people. Be sure you want to open that box before you do. I'm sure. Her parents didn't press further. The rest of dinner passed in quiet conversation and muted glances. The next day, the evening air had turned sharp by the time Peggy and Nancy reached the edge of town. A chill settled in their bones as they followed the narrow path to the outskirts, where Mrs. Yates's cottage sat hunched like a secret keeping itself. Her home looked stitched together from old wood and stubbornness, its sagging porch wrapped in creeping vines. A rusted sign dangled from a nail beside the door. Beware of the wolves. Nancy frowned. You sure this isn't just some elaborate Halloween prop? She's strange, but not theatrical, Peggy replied. And Tom said she warned him before the fog. Nancy nodded, swallowing her doubt. They climbed the porch steps and knocked. A moment later, the door creaked open. Mrs. Yates stood in the entryway, wrapped in a patchwork shawl, her wild gray hair fanned out like dandelion fluff, caught in a storm. Her eyes, sharp and unsettling, flicked between them. "You came," she said, her voice dry and brittle like fallen leaves. "I felt the air shift earlier. It told me you'd arrive." Peggy managed a polite smile. "We were hoping you could tell us more about the wolves." "Ah, the hungry ones." She stepped aside. "Come in, but leave your skepticism at the door." They entered cautiously. The cottage smelled of dried herbs and smoke. The walls were cluttered with strange trinkets, bone charms, and yellowed maps. Dozens of candles burned on every surface, casting a flickering glow across the room. Mrs. Yates sank into a threadbare armchair. "What you want to know isn't safe," she said. "But you already know that, don't you?" "We need to understand what's happening," Peggy said. "Tom told me you warned him. You mentioned wolves, not just animals, but something more." Mrs. Yates nodded slowly. "They are not creatures of flesh alone. They wear bodies when they must, but what they feed on is deeper. Fear, grief, doubt, the parts of you that never heal." Nancy shifted uncomfortably. "That sounds like poetry, not fact." "It's both," the old woman replied. "The wolves come from the thinning places, where the veil between this world and the next wears too thin. They hunt from those shadows." Peggy leaned forward. "Where is the thinning happening?" Yates's expression darkened. "North of my field, there's a trail, an old deer path. Take it into the woods, and you'll find a tree, an oak so ancient it no longer belongs to this world. That's where the wolves cross over." "The tree's a gate?" Peggy asked. "A beacon," Yates corrected. "It marks the place where something opened. I don't know what tore the veil, but the wolves were the first to step through." Nancy crossed her arms. "This is starting to sound like a campfire story." Mrs. Yates looked at her sharply. "That's what all true stories become, until someone ends up screaming in the dark." A long pause followed. "The full moon is rising," the old woman added. "Tonight is the first of the second full moon cycle since Halloween. That matters. They hunt stronger on these nights." Peggy hesitated. "Can we fight them or stop them?" "You can try," Yates said grimly. "But steel and bullets won't do much. They are shadows wrapped in memory. If you want to see them, they must want to see you. And if they do..." She trailed off. Peggy felt her chest tighten, but her voice was steady. "We have to go. We can't just sit back and let more people disappear." Mrs. Yates's gaze lingered on her. "Then you must walk the deer path at moonrise. But know this, whatever you face in that clearing will not just come from the woods." She leaned forward, her eyes glowing in the candlelight. "It will come from inside you." The moon hung high in the star-speckled sky as Peggy and Nancy stepped off the dirt road and onto the narrow trail behind Mrs. Yates's field. The world around them shifted with each step, quieter, colder, older. The deer path wound between towering pines, their gnarled branches forming a jagged canopy overhead. Moonlight filtered through in thin slivers, painting silver lines across the forest floor. "You sure this is a good idea?" Nancy whispered, clutching her coat tighter. "Because hiking into the woods at night, on the word of the town crazy lady, sounds exactly like how horror stories start." Peggy gave a weak smile. "Yeah, well, we're already in one." Nancy let out a nervous breath. "Great." They moved deeper into the trees, the usual night sounds, crickets, rustling leaves, grew sparse, replaced by an uncanny stillness. Every snap of a twig beneath their boots felt too loud. "There's something off about this place," Peggy muttered. "You think?" Peggy paused, glancing over her shoulder. "I mean, like the air. It feels heavy." Nancy nodded. "It's like walking through someone else's dream." They pressed on in silence, the forest closing in tighter the farther they went. Then the trees gave way to a clearing, and there it stood, the oak. It towered over them, a gnarled mass of twisted limbs clawing at the sky. Its bark was blackened and cracked, as if scorched by fire long ago, and its roots curled across the clearing like petrified snakes. "Whoa," Nancy whispered. "That can't be natural." "It isn't," Peggy said, breathless. "It looks wrong." As they stepped into the clearing, the temperature dropped. Peggy felt a tingling pressure behind her eyes, like a presence watching just beyond her vision. The girls approached the base of the tree, scanning its surface. Peggy reached out and brushed the bark. It felt warm. "Look at this," she said, crouching by the roots. "Symbols clawed into the wood." Nancy knelt beside her. "What do they mean?" "I don't know," Peggy replied, "but they match the ones in my book." Nancy frowned, glancing around the clearing. "Okay, we saw the tree. We took a look. Time to go." Peggy didn't move. "Not yet. Yates said the wolves come here, that this is where they cross over." Nancy looked toward the dark trees ringing the clearing. "Well, I vote we don't hang around for the show." Just then, something moved in the underbrush. A faint rustle, a low growl. They froze. "You heard that, right?" Nancy whispered. Peggy nodded slowly. Her hand reached into her bag and pulled out the old revolver. She didn't raise it, just held it, like a talisman. Nancy stared at the weapon. "You brought a gun?" "I told you I'd be ready for anything." "Okay, but anything is apparently a lot closer than I expected." Another growl, this time closer, then silence. "Let's go," Peggy said quietly. They turned and began to retrace their steps. The moment they stepped off the path, Nancy stumbled. Her foot caught a hidden root, and with a yelp, she pitched forward and disappeared. "Nancy!" Peggy lunged forward, barely catching sight of her friend as she tumbled into a gap in the earth, hidden beneath moss and undergrowth. The sound of snapping branches and a heavy thud echoed up from below. Peggy dropped to her knees at the edge of the crevasse, heart pounding. "Are you okay?" A moment of silence. Then, "Yeah, I think so." Nancy's voice rose from the darkness, breathless but intact, just a bit scratched up. Peggy exhaled in relief. "Can you climb out?" Nancy shifted below. "Not easily. It's steep, but hang on. There's something down here." Peggy blinked. "What do you mean, something?" "It's like a den. There are bones everywhere. Old ones, wolf bones, I think. And wait, there's something sticking out of the dirt." "Nancy, maybe don't touch." "It's a stone," Nancy interrupted. "Flat with carvings, like the ones clawed into the tree." Peggy hesitated, then pulled her camera from her bag. "Here, catch." She lowered the Polaroid by the strap, letting it swing gently down into the pit. Nancy caught it, aimed, and snapped a few photos. The soft whir and click echoed unnaturally in the silent woods. She sent it back up, hand shaking slightly. "I think I got them." Nancy's hand brushed something buried just beneath the dirt, cool metal, smooth. She dug it out, a badge, bent, rusted, the words detective and Millbrook Police barely visible. "Peggy," she whispered. "It's a badge, like police." Peggy's heart skipped. The detective who vanished? Nancy nodded slowly. "We don't know for sure, but it has to be him. Who else would it belong to, all the way out here?" Peggy crouched lower, her voice tight. If that's really his, then he never made it out. "Okay, Nancy, let's get you out of there," Peggy said. "Try climbing up. I'll help." Nancy jumped, scrabbling for the ledge. Peggy grabbed her wrists, trying to haul her upward, but the ground was damp and slick, and Nancy's boots couldn't find purchase. Almost just a little higher. Then the air shifted. Cold rolled through the clearing like a breath held too long. Peggy froze. Below, Nancy looked up, eyes wide. What is that?" From the shadows near the bones, a mist began to curl, thick and black, like smoke underwater. It snaked along the den floor, wrapping around the skeletal remains. "Peggy," Nancy whispered. "Something's happening." The bones twitched. At first, it seemed like a trick of the light, but then one skull lifted slightly, the jaws unhinging with a dry crack. Another skeleton shifted, its limbs scraping against stone. "Get me out," Nancy screamed. "Now." Peggy strained, gripping her tighter. "Come on, grab the ledge." The fog coalesced, pooling around the bones like ink in water. One by one, the wolves began to rise. Their eyes flared with a pale, unnatural glow. No pupils, just ghost light. Fleshless forms, moving with jerky, predatory purpose. "Peggy!" Nancy shrieked, panic rising in her throat. "I've got you," Peggy yelled back. "Just hold." A snarl broke through the mist. One of the wolves stepped forward, ribs heaving, skull turned directly toward Nancy. It opened its mouth. No sound, no breath, just emptiness. Peggy leaned further over the edge, heart racing, revolver gripped in her free hand. The mist licked at her fingers. "Please." Nancy's eyes met hers, wide, terrified, just inches below the ledge. Peggy couldn't reach her. The wolves closed in, silent and inevitable. Then, darkness.
All right. If you made it this far, you've just stepped out of the woods. Barely. That was episode 4, Wolves and Warnings. And let's be real. Peggy and Nancy are in it deep now. So let's open it up. What do you think the demon wolves really were? Are they connected to the fog on Halloween or something older? And what about the enchantment that animated them? Was that cult work, or something wilder Peggy hasn't learned about yet? Now let's talk Nancy. Do you think she truly believes what she saw? Or is she clinging to Peggy out of fear and denial? Would you stick around if your best friend dragged you into a nightmare like that? And then there's the old woman. Her cryptic warnings, her broken wards. Do you trust her? What do you think her connection is to the cult or the fog? Is she a survivor, or something darker wearing the skin of one? One more question for the deep divers. Peggy's growing knowledge, her reactions, the way she handled herself against the wolves. Is she becoming the hero Millbrook needs, or is she becoming something else? Drop your thoughts in the comments, argue with each other, challenge me. I read and thrive on it all. Episode 5 is already clawing its way through my head. And believe me, the worst is yet to come. Next up is Dark Water Episode 3, Lessons in Loyalty. This episode takes us away from Dark Water for a moment, and back into the shadows behind the man who is the real threat to Saltmarsh. Episode 4 focuses on Adrian Van Horn, a figure wrapped in money, old blood and dark bargains. We finally get a glimpse of where he came from, and what kind of price he's willing to pay to keep his power and his family afloat. Alongside him is Willem Koopmans, his right-hand man, the kind of loyal that doesn't ask questions. So if you thought Simon's story was cursed, just wait till you meet the men he must face. Dark Water, Episode 4, Lessons in Loyalty. A story by Carl Otto. The sun beat down on the sprawling grounds of Van Horn's estate. The air was heavy with the scent of blooming jasmine and the distant tang of salt from the nearby sea. The estate was a picture of opulence, with manicured lawns that stretching out like green velvet carpets and pristine white stone paths winding through immaculately maintained gardens. In the center of the estate stood the main house, a grand, two-story structure of whitewashed stone and dark wooden beams. Its windows gleamed in the sunlight, and the sound of servants moving about inside could be heard even from the grounds. To the east, a large stable housed Van Horn's prized horses, their whinnies and snorts carried on the breeze. The clang of a blacksmith's hammer rung out from the nearby forge, a rhythmic counterpoint to the gentle rustling of leaves in the surrounding fruit trees. But the tranquility of the afternoon was shattered by the sound of raised voices and the scuffling of feet. The noise drew the attention of the gardeners, tending to the rose bushes, and the stable hands paused their work, craning their necks to see the source of the commotion. In a dusty corner of the yard, near the old well, Lucas, Van Horn's son, was locked in a fierce struggle with Kai, a slave boy of the same age. Despite his status, Kai's clothes were of good quality, a testament to his role as Lucas's companion. His linen shirt and breeches, though simpler than Lucas's finery, were clean and well maintained. Yet the rough iron collar around his neck served as a constant reminder of his bondage. The boys grappled in the dirt, their feet kicking up puffs of dust that catch in the sunlight. The scent of sweat and the metallic tang of blood mix with the jasmine on the air as Kai's nose starts to bleed from a well-placed punch. Kai had the upper hand, his wiry frame belying a scrappy strength. He pinned Lucas to the ground, his fist raised, ready to strike. Lucas squirmed beneath him, his face red with exertion and embarrassment, his fine clothes now smeared with dirt and grass stains. "Yield!" Kai demanded, his voice high and fierce, rang out across the grounds. "Never." Lucas spit back, struggling to break free, his pride wounded more than his body. The sounds of their fight, the grunts, the thuds, the shouted taunts, echoed across the estate, drawing more and more attention. Servants paused in their duties, watching with a mix of concern and excitement. They know the young master is not to be harmed, but they also relished the rare sight of him being bested, even if it was by his designated companion. Just as Kai's fist began to descend, a booming voice cut through the air, as sharp and commanding as a whip crack. "What is the meaning of this?" The boys froze, their heads turned to see Van Horn striding towards them across the lawn. His polished boots crunched on the gravel path. His face was a thundercloud of anger, his eyes flashed beneath furrowed brows. The very air seemed to still in his presence. The jasmine scent was suddenly cloying and heavy. Kai scrambled off Lucas immediately, his head bowed, his hands trembled. Lucas got to his feet more slowly and brushed the dust from his fine clothes, trying in vain to straighten his rumpled appearance. They both knew that look on Van Horn's face, and they both feared it. "He started it," Lucas blurted out, pointing an accusing finger at Kai. "Did not," Kai retorted, but his voice was meek, his eyes fixed on the ground. Van Horn looked from one boy to the other, his gaze stern. "I don't care who started it. I'm finishing it." He took a deep breath, and his expression softened slightly. He placed a hand on each boy's shoulder, his grip firm but not unkind. "Lucas, Kai, look at me." The boys raised their heads, meeting Van Horn's gaze reluctantly. "You are more than this," Van Horn said, his voice low and intense. "More than petty squabbles and childish fights. You are young men, and it's time you started acting like it." Lucas's lip trembled slightly, and he nods. Kai remained still, his eyes wide and uncertain. Van Horn sighed, releasing the boys and running a hand through his hair. "Kai, go find your mother. I'm sure she has tasks for you." Kai bobbed his head. casting a last apologetic look at Lucas before hurrying away. Van Horn turned to Lucas, his expression serious. "Walk with me," he said, nodding towards the old barn at the edge of the property. Lucas fell into step beside his father, his head hung low, his pride still smarting from the defeat. As they walked, Van Horn began to speak. His tone was measured and thoughtful. "Lucas, I know you have a warrior's heart, but a true warrior knows when to fight and when to yield." As Van Horn and Lucas made their way towards the old barn, the sun casting long shadows across the manicured grounds, Van Horn's voice took on a tone of gentle admonishment. "Lucas, what happened back there? You let your anger get the best of you, and it led you into a fight with Kai. Not just any fight, but one you were losing." Lucas kicked at a pebble, his face flushed with shame. "I know, Father. He made me so mad. I couldn't think straight." Van Horn nodded, his eyes fixed on the path ahead. "Anger can do that. It can cloud your judgment, make you forget who you are and what you stand for. But a true leader, a true man, must learn to master his emotions. He must be in control, always." He stopped, turning to face Lucas, his hands resting on his son's shoulders. "Lucas, I chose Kai to be your companion for a reason. Not just because he's a strong, smart boy, but because I believe he can be loyal to you for life. A true friend, a brother even." Van Horn placed a hand on Lucas's shoulder, his expression thoughtful. "You know, Lucas, Mr. Koopmans and I have been friends since we were about your age. He was the son of one of my father's business partners, and we were inseparable." Lucas nodded, familiar with Willem Koopman's presence in their household. "I know. He's always by your side now." Van Horn chuckled. "Yes, he is. But it wasn't always that way. When we were young, Willem and we had a falling out. A disagreement over a girl we both fancied. I let my pride get the better of me, said some things I shouldn't have. We didn't speak for months." He paused, his jaw tightening. "Then one day, I found myself in trouble. I had made a mistake in my father's ledgers, and he was furious. I thought for sure he would cast me out, ruin me. But Willem, despite everything, he stood up for me. He took the blame, said it was his fault." Lucas's eyes widened. "What did your father do?" "He punished Willem, of course, but not as severely as he would have punished me. And afterwards, Willem just smiled at me and said, 'That's what friends do.' I never forgot that." Van Horn stopped, turning to face Lucas directly. "That's the kind of loyalty I'm talking about, Lucas. The kind that endures, even when it's tested. Willem could have let me face my father's wrath, but he didn't, because our bond was stronger than any disagreement." Lucas furrowed his brow, a question forming in his mind. "Father, what happened to the girl? The one you and Mr. Koopmans both fancied?" Van Horn's expression softened, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Ah, the girl. Well, as it turned out, she fancied me too. We courted for a while after Willem and I reconciled." Lucas's eyes widened. "What happened then?" A smile played at the corners of Van Horn's mouth. "She became your mother, Lucas." Lucas was stunned. "Mother? So you and Mr. Koopmans, you both loved her?" Van Horn nodded, placing a hand on his son's shoulder. "Yes, we did. But Willem, he understood. He knew that your mother and I were meant to be together, and he stood by us, even on our wedding day. That's the kind of friend he is." For several seconds, Lucas sat in silence, trying to make sense of these revelations. His understanding of the bond between his father and Mr. Koopmans shifted, revealing depths of shared experiences and feelings he'd never imagined existed. Van Horn, sensing his son's thoughts, continued. "You see, Lucas, life is complicated. Feelings, relationships, they can get messy. But true loyalty, true friendship, that's what guides us through. That's what matters in the end." He gestured back towards the main house, where Willem was likely overseeing the day's operations. "And look at us now. Willem is my right hand, my most trusted advisor, because he proved his loyalty, time and time again. That's the kind of man you want by your side, Lucas. That's the kind of friend you want to be." Lucas nodded, understanding dawning in his eyes. Like you and Mr. Koopmans. Van Horn smiled with a rare warmth in his eyes. Exactly. I want you to have that kind of bond with Kai. I want you to be the kind of leader who inspires that loyalty. Because when the storms come, and they will come, it's those bonds that will see you through. Lucas set his jaw, determination in his young face. I will, Father. I'll be that kind of friend, that kind of leader. I promise. Van Horn smiled, patting his son on the back as they continued their walk. That's all I ask, Lucas. Remember, a man's greatest strength isn't here. He tapped his bicep. But here. He pointed to his head. And here. He placed his hand over his heart. As they approached the barn, Van Horn's expression grew serious. Now, I have some business to attend to. Why don't you go find your mother and sister? I'll join you shortly. Lucas nodded, turning to go, but Van Horn called after him. And Lucas, apologize to Kai. A good leader knows when to admit his mistakes. Lucas smiled, a real smile this time. Yes, Father. As his son ran off, Van Horn's face hardened, his mind turning to the darker matters that awaited him in the barn. He squared his shoulders, preparing himself for the confrontation to come. With a deep breath, he pushed open the heavy wooden door and stepped inside, the musty smell of hay and dust filling his nostrils. There, in the center of the barn, sat the madam from the salt marsh brothel, tied to a chair, her broken wrist hanging at an unnatural angle. Van Horn circled her slowly, his eyes cold and calculating, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. The madam was a woman in her late 30s, her once beautiful face now marred by a life of hardship and cruelty. Her dark hair, usually pinned up in an elegant coiffure, now hung in disheveled strands around her face. Her eyes, a striking green, were wide with fear, darting nervously as Van Horn moved around her. I'm told you had an interesting visitor last week, Van Horn said, his voice dangerously calm. A man in a cloak, who left quite a mess behind him. The madam swallowed hard, her throat bobbing. It wasn't just a man, she whispered, her voice trembling. It was something else, something unnatural. Van Horn's lips curled into a sneer. Unnatural? Do you take me for a fool? I deal in facts, not superstition. He leaned in close, his face mere inches from hers. The madam recoiled, pressing herself back into the chair, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. What I know is this. You were entrusted with my assets. The brothel, the girls, the dream lily, and you let them all slip through your fingers. The madam shook her head frantically, her bound hands straining against the ropes. I tried to stop him, but he was too strong. He moved like a shadow, and his eyes, they were black as the void. He broke my wrist like it was a twig. She nodded towards her broken wrist, the pain evident in the tight lines around her eyes and mouth. The grotesque twist of bone protruding through flesh was surrounded by purple-black contusions, visible even in the dim light of the barn. Van Horn straightened, his expression unmoved. Your excuses bore me. I don't care about your broken bones or your ghost stories. What I care about is results. He began to pace, his hands clasped behind his back. The madam's eyes followed him, her body tensing with each step. This dark water, as they call him, has become a thorn in my side, disrupting my operations, interfering with my business. It's time I dealt with him myself. The madam's eyes widened, her face pale. You don't understand. He's not just a man. He's a demon, a monster. You can't fight him alone. Van Horn whirled on her, his eyes blazing. The madam cowered, shrinking into herself as much as her bonds would allow. I am Adrian Van Horn. I have built an empire on the backs of men and monsters alike. I will not be undone by some vigilante in a cloak. He nodded to his men, who stood at attention. The madam began to tremble, her eyes brimming with tears. Get rid of her. Leave her body somewhere public. Let it serve as a message to all who would fail me. The men moved forward, their faces grim. The madam began to scream, her voice raw with terror. She thrashed in her bonds, her face contorted in fear and pain as they dragged her from the barn. Van Horn watched them go, his features frozen in stone-like detachment. He turned to the window, gazing out at the darkening sky. "You think you can challenge me, Darkwater?" he murmured, his voice low and menacing. "You have no idea what you're up against. I will find you, and I will destroy you, and all of Saltmarsh will learn the price of defying Van Horn." As he stood silhouetted against the fading light, Van Horn's resolve hardened. The confrontation with Darkwater was inevitable now. It was no longer just about business. It was personal, and Van Horn never lost. With a final glance at the darkening sky, Van Horn turned and strode out of the barn, his footsteps echoing on the cobblestone path. As he approached the manor, he took a deep breath, composing himself. He couldn't let his family see the turmoil that raged within him. He had to be the pillar of strength, the unshakable head of the household. With a practiced smile, he stepped through the grand doorway and into the warmth of his home. The dining room of the Van Horn Manor was a grand affair, with high ceilings, ornate tapestries, and a long, polished table that could comfortably seat 20 guests. Tonight, however, the table was set for a more intimate gathering, just the immediate Van Horn family. Van Horn sat at the head of the table, his wife Johanna to his right, and his children, Lucas and Magdalena, to his left. The servants moved silently around them, placing dishes of steaming food before each member of the family. Lady Van Horn, a stately woman with an air of quiet elegance, smiled at her husband. "How was your day, my dear? I heard there was some commotion in the yard earlier." Van Horn waved a dismissive hand. "Just a minor scuffle between Lucas and his companion. Nothing to worry about. I've already dealt with it." Lucas shifted uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes fixed on his plate. Magdalena, a precocious girl of 10, looked up curiously. "What happened, Lucas? Did you get in a fight?" "Hush, Magdalena," Johanna scolded gently. "It's not polite to pry." Van Horn chuckled. "It's all right, my dear. Children will be children. What matters is that Lucas learns from his mistakes. Isn't that right, son?" Lucas nodded, finally meeting his father's gaze. "Yes, father. I understand now. I won't let it happen again." "Good," Van Horn said, his tone softening slightly. "I know you have it in you to be a great leader, Lucas. You just need to remember what's important." As the family began to eat, the conversation turned to more pleasant topics. Magdalena's progress with her embroidery, Johanna's plans for the upcoming social season, the latest news throughout the colonies. But beneath the surface, tensions simmered. Van Horn's mind kept drifting to the interrogation in the barn, to the threat of Darkwater and the challenges to his authority. Johanna sensed her husband's distraction, but knew better than to pry in front of the children. Lucas, too, was lost in thought, his father's words about loyalty and leadership echoing in his mind. He glanced at Magdalena, wondering if he would ever have to make the kind of choices his father spoke of. Choices between friendship and duty, between his heart and his head. As the servants cleared away the last of the dishes, Van Horn pushed back his chair and stood. "If you'll excuse me, I have some business to attend to in the study. Johanna, I'll join you in the drawing room shortly." Johanna nodded, her expression carefully neutral. "Of course, my dear. Children, it's time for your lessons. Run along now." As the family dispersed, each to their own pursuits, the weight of unspoken worries hung in the air. In the flickering candlelight of the dining room, the grandeur of the Van Horn name seemed suddenly fragile, as if one strong gust could topple it all like a house of cards. But while the Van Horns retired to their gilded chambers, a far darker scene was unfolding in the shadows of the estate. In the old barn, far from the warmth and light of the manor, the air was thick with the stench of fear and blood. The coppery tang of fresh wounds mingled with the sour reek of sweat and the musty smell of old hay, creating a nauseating mucus that clung to the back of the throat. Here, in this dimly lit space, the true nature of the Van Horns' power was laid bare, written in the suffering of those they deemed beneath them. Kai's father hung upside down from the rafters, his back a lattice of bloody welts. Each ragged breath he drew was labored, a wet, gurgling sound that spoke of the damage done to his body. He groaned in pain as the overseer's whip cracked against his flesh, the sound sharp and cruel in the close confines of the barn. Kai stood in the corner, his face streaked with tears, his small body shaking with each blow. The rough wood of the barn wall dug into his back as he pressed himself against it, trying desperately to distance himself from the horror before him. But it wasn't the overseer who held his attention. It was the man standing beside him, Willem Koopmans, Master Van Horn's right-hand man. Mr. Koopmans was a tall, lean figure, with a face that might have been handsome if not for the coldness in his pale blue eyes. He watched the whipping with a detached, almost bored expression, as if this were just another tedious task in his day. The flickering light of the lanterns cast harsh shadows across his features, making him appear even more sinister. As the overseer delivered a particularly vicious blow, Kai's father cried out, his body convulsing in agony. The sound of his pain was raw and primal, echoing off the barn walls. Kai couldn't hold back a sob, the sound escaping his throat before he could stop it. Willem's gaze snapped to him, his eyes narrowing. "Quiet, boy," he said, his voice soft but laced with menace. Each word was enunciated clearly, the tone calm and measured, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. "You brought this upon him." Kai shrank back, trying to make himself as small as possible. The smell of his own fear was sharp in his nostrils, mixing with the other odors in the barn. But Koopmans stepped closer, looming over him like a shadow. His physical presence was overwhelming, his body heat palpable even from a distance. "You think you know fear because your master punishes you? Because he makes you watch this?" Willem shook his head, a mirthless smile playing at his lips. His gaze stayed icy and deliberate. "You know nothing of true fear." He leaned down, his face inches from Kai's, his eyes boring into the boy's soul. His breath was hot against Kai's skin, carrying the faint scent of wine and tobacco. "I am the one you should truly fear, Kai. I am the one who carries out what is best for him, who ensures that his enemies pay the price for their defiance." Koopman's hand shot out, gripping Kai's chin, his fingers digging into the soft flesh. He forced the boy to meet his gaze, his grip painful and unyielding. "Understand this, young Master Lucas is my godson. If you ever raise your hand against him again, it won't just be your father who suffers. I will make your whole family pay. Your mother, your sisters, everyone you hold dear. Do you understand?" Kai nodded frantically, tears streaming down his face. The salt of his tears stung the small cuts on his face from where he had been thrown to the ground earlier. Koopmans released him, shoving him back against the wall. The rough wood scraped against Kai's back, splinters digging into his skin through his thin shirt. "Remember this, boy," he said, his voice a cold whisper that seemed to cut through the air like a blade. "The Master's mercy is the only thing standing between you and me, for my mercy is in very short supply." With that, he turned and strode out of the barn, his footsteps echoing on the packed dirt floor. The sudden absence of his presence was almost as overwhelming as his proximity had been, leaving Kai feeling drained and shaken. Kai was left to watch in helpless horror as his father's punishment continued. Each crack of the whip was like a physical blow, making him flinch and cower. The metallic scent of blood grew stronger, mixing with the other odors in the barn until the air was almost too thick to breathe. The overseer delivered one final, brutal blow, the sound of it echoing in Kai's ears. His father went limp, his body swaying gently in the flickering lantern light. The sight of him, broken and bleeding, was seared into Kai's mind, a nightmare image that he knew would haunt him for the rest of his life. "Cut him down," the overseer grunted to his men, his voice rough with exertion. "And someone get this sniveling brat out of here. I can't stand the sound of his crying." Rough hands seized Kai, dragging him out of the barn and into the night. The cool air outside was a shock after the oppressive heat of the barn, making him gasp. As he stumbled back towards the slave quarters, his father's blood still staining his clothes, Koopman's words echoed in his mind. He had thought he understood his place in the world, understood the rules that governed his life as a slave. But now, as the true depths of his powerlessness sank in, He realized that he had barely scratched the surface of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the Van Horn estate. And at the center of that darkness, more terrifying than Master Van Horn himself, was the cold, merciless figure of Willem Koopmans. His presence lingered like a shadow, a constant reminder of the true nature of power and the depths of cruelty that men were capable of. So, that was lessons in loyalty. Let's talk about it. Van Horn doesn't believe in legends or ghosts. To him, Darkwater is just a man with bad manners and worse timing. But here's the question. How dangerous is a man who refuses to believe in monsters when he already is one? Let's talk about the dinner table versus the barn. The way Van Horn talks about honor, friendship, loyalty, then goes and signs a death sentence with the same breath he uses to tell his son to apologize. Do you think he actually sees himself as a moral man? Or does he just believe the ends justify any horror as long as the family name stays polished? And Willem Koopmans? Holy hell, that man is ice. How do you interpret his loyalty? Is he protecting Lucas because he cares? Or because he's shaping him into the next predator? And how much of Van Horn's empire runs because of Willem's quiet, cold savagery? There's this sharp contrast between the way Lucas is being raised and the world he's really inheriting. Do you think he'll break that cycle? Or is he just one more cog being molded in cruelty? And finally, Kai, his father's punishment, that final scene. What do you think he becomes after this? Broken, defiant, something worse? This episode doesn't have ghosts or curses, at least none I name. But maybe the scariest stories don't need monsters, just men with power and no conscience. Next in the anthology is the Veiled Tapestry. Chapter 4, A Somber Gathering. A story that trades cosmic horror for something quieter, but no less powerful. This chapter follows John and Hope as they travel to Savannah for the funeral of Uncle James, a man who was more than just family. He was a mentor, a second father, and maybe something more. What begins as a day of mourning slowly unfolds into something stranger, richer. The symbols etched into the casket, the odd silence of old friends, the presence of a detective watching from the shadows, all hint that James Gray left behind more than memories. This story is about grief, yes, but also about legacy, about the things we leave unsaid, and about the quiet, persistent pull of mystery that never quite dies. So take a breath, step into the warmth of Savannah's streets, and listen closely, because the dead have stories too.
The Veiled Tapestry,
Book 1, Threads in the Dark, Chapter 4, A Somber Gathering, by Carl Otto. The early morning sunlight cast a soft, golden glow across John and Hope's faces as they stirred from their restless sleep. The gentle breeze, carrying the faint scent of jasmine and honeysuckle from the streets below, rustled the drapes. John's eyes open, the realization of the day's somber purpose hitting him like a punch to the gut. He had never imagined that he would be waking up to a day of mourning for his beloved Uncle James just a few short days ago. His parents arrived in Savannah the night before. They were to meet up with them at the funeral home for Uncle James's wake. The burden of the reunion and the sorrow they were all wrestling with weighed on John and Hope as they prepared for the day ahead. Hope spoke in a gentle, calming tone.
John, are you all right?
I don't know. It just doesn't feel real, you know? One minute we were preparing for our final exams and thinking about what we're going to do after graduation, and now this.
Hope wrapped her arms around John's waist and lightly compressed.
I know, baby. It's a lot to absorb. I'm here for you, and we'll get through this together.
John's fingers fumbled with his tie. Hope gently took over, silently adjusting his clothes for him. They dressed in subdued, mournful attire, his mind filled with reminiscences of Uncle James and the horrifying circumstances surrounding his demise. His eyes, distant yet filled with warmth, fixed on a framed photograph of Uncle James that sat on the hotel room's dresser. Hope, sensing John's pensive mood, gazed up from where she was adjusting his clothes and met his stare. Looking up at John with concern in her eyes, asked,
What's on your mind, baby?
I was just thinking about something, Uncle James.
Yeah, why don't you tell me about it?
A grin materialized, and John began to think about the memory, his voice conveying a blend of nostalgia and affection. He reflected on a cherished memory.
It was a few years ago. I think it was my first year in college. Uncle James knew how stressed I was with my studies, and he decided to surprise me with a weekend getaway here to Savannah. He didn't tell me where we were going, just that we were taking a road trip.
Sounds like an adventure.
It was. We drove for hours, and when we finally got here, he took me to the Irish pub. Kevin Barry's Connor, a friend of Uncle James, owns it. I had no clue we were meeting him there.
Encouraged by seeing his first genuine grin since the dread phone call, Hope radiated warmth back at him.
That must have been quite an unexpected treat.
Oh, it was. Uncle James had arranged for a private tour of the pub's hidden rooms. Apparently, way back in the day, pirates and smugglers did business there. It was a real piece of history, you know. Connor uses it for storage, and I think he has a weekly poker game there or something like that. We ended up having lunch and a few beers in that old smuggler's room.
It seems your uncle had a way of making things extraordinary.
He did. You would have loved him. We spent the weekend exploring Savannah, visiting historic sites, and we even went on a ghost tour. He was so into ghosts and the supernatural. He made me see the magic in the world around us. Not that I believe in any of that supernatural stuff, but there was a certain romance to it, you know?
It sounds like he was an incredible individual.
He is. And that trip meant the world to me. He has this stupid saying that every so often you had to slow down and just taste the air. It was like a reminder that life is about more than just work and school, that there's wonder and beauty hidden in the world.
Gently, Hope rested her hand on John's shoulder as she moved closer to him.
Your uncle sounds like he was an amazing man, John.
A grin returned to his face as if to fight back his tears.
He was.
They continued to prepare for the funeral. John and Hope carried the memory of that special trip with them. It was a reminder of Uncle James's passion for beauty and history of the city of Savannah, and his gift of showing others just how magical the world was. In the midst of their grief, they found solace in the fond recollections that connected them. As they made their way to the funeral home, the streets of Savannah were alive with the city's unique charm and history. Spanish moss hung from ancient oaks, and historic, ever-watchful statues whispered tales of the past. But on this day, the city's beauty was overshadowed by the sullen occasion that had brought John and Hope here. John stood at the entrance of the funeral home, his heart a battleground of conflicting emotions. Each step forward felt like wading through a dense fog of disbelief and sorrow. The reality of his uncle's passing hung over him like a shroud of grief, a constant reminder of the fragility of life. Upon entering the cold, unwelcoming building, with its muted colors and mournful lighting, it felt like a world suspended in time. The air was heavy with the scent of lilies and roses. Their pungent aroma was a reminder of the occasion. John's eyes traced the intricate patterns on the stained glass windows, each a silent witness to the grief that permeated the room. They were greeted by a wave of condolences from family and friends who had gathered to pay their respects. John's parents, Elizabeth and Richard, stood near the entrance, their eyes red-rimmed from tears. In a soft tone respectful of the mournful occasion, John introduced Hope.
Mom, Dad, this is Hope, my girlfriend.
John's mother, Elizabeth, wiped away a tear and managed a feeble smile.
It's nice to meet you, dear. Thank you for being here with John.
I'm so sorry for your loss. John has told me so much about Uncle James. He always spoke of him with such admiration and love.
James was a remarkable man. He had a way of making everyone feel special, like they were the most important person in the room. He was more than just an uncle to John. He was a second father, a mentor, and a friend.
John's father, Richard, placed a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder, his own grief evident in the tightness of his jaw. Turning to Hope, he expressed his appreciation for her support.
Thank you, Hope. Your presence means more to us than you can imagine. It's a testament to the strength of your relationship with John that you're here by his side during this difficult time.
There's nowhere else I'd rather be, Mr. Gray. John and I have been through so much together, and I know how much Uncle James meant to him, to all of you. I'm here to support him and your entire family in any way I can.
Emily, John's younger sister, approached the group, her mournful expression a mirror of the sorrow that permeated the room. Though just a year younger than John, she had always looked up to her older brother, seeking his guidance and comfort.
I still can't believe he's gone,
she whispered, her voice trembling with emotion.
It feels like just yesterday we were all together at the cabin, laughing and telling stories around the campfire.
John wrapped an arm around his younger sister, drawing her close.
I know, Em. It's hard to believe that he won't be there to share those moments with us anymore. But we'll always have those memories, and we'll keep his spirit alive in them.
As Emily leaned into her brother's embrace, Hope watched the interaction with a mix of admiration and compassion. She had always been drawn to John's strength, his ability to be a rock for those around him, even when his own world was crumbling. In these moments, as he comforted his sister and stood tall for his parents, she saw the depths of his character, the resilience that had carried him through so many trials. Richard, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, looked at his children, a bittersweet smile tugging at the corners of his mouth.
James would be so proud of you both. The way you're there for each other, the strength you're showing. It's a testament to the values he had about family.
Elizabeth nodded, her hand finding her husband's and squeezing gently.
He always said that family was the most important thing, that we should cherish and support each other through the good times and the bad. And now, Hope, you're a part of that family too. James would have been thrilled to know that John had found someone who shares those values, someone who stands by him no matter what.
Thank you, Mrs. Gray. That means more to me than you can imagine. I promise to always be there for John.
As the group stood together, united in their grief and their love, the weight of James Gray's absence was palpable. Yet, in the strength of their bond, in the memories they shared, and in the support they offered one another, there was a glimmer of hope, a promise that even in the darkest of times, they would find a way to carry on, to honor his legacy, and to keep his spirit alive in their hearts. Standing alone for an instant, John let his gaze fall upon a photograph of Uncle James.
You knew so much, yet you kept it hidden. What were you protecting us from?
John, you've always been strong, like James. But don't forget to lean on us. We're here for you, always.
John nodded, emotion tightening his windpipe. The support of his family was a beacon in the haze of grief. Inside the funeral home, a quiet hush enveloped the room. The air was heavy with grief as friends and family paid their respects to Uncle James. The casket, adorned with white lilies and roses, stood at the front of the room, a stark reminder of their loss. John moved through the crowd, offering and receiving condolences. He met people whose gratitude towards his uncle was palpable. There was a young couple who spoke of how Uncle James had helped them in a time of dire need, though their explanation was vague and tinged with an unspoken understanding. A middle-aged man, with a weathered face and kind eyes, clasped John's hand firmly, expressing a heartfelt thanks for a favor Uncle James had done, the details of which he didn't divulge. These encounters left John with a profound sense of curiosity and respect for the man his uncle had been, a man who had evidently walked the line between the everyday world and something much more enigmatic. As John looked at the room full of people that he has never met, he couldn't help but reflect on Uncle James's legacy. He left behind more than just a used book and antique shop, John thought. He left a mark on everyone he met, a legacy of kindness and community. Together, the pair approached the coffin, each lost in quiet reflection as John remembered cherished moments he shared with his uncle. As John and Hope stood beside the casket, surrounded by a solemn atmosphere, Hope's eye couldn't help but notice something unusual. She leaned in closer, her gaze fixed on the corners of the casket. Hope whispered to John,
John, do you see those symbols? They look arcane, like something out of a fantasy novel.
John followed Hope's gaze and squinted at the corners of the casket. There, etched into the wood, were intricate symbols that seemed out of place in a somber setting like this.
You're right, those symbols don't belong here. They look like some kind of ancient runes or something.
But why would they be carved into Uncle James's casket? Do you think he had a secret we didn't know about?
John's mind raced with possibilities. Uncle James had always been a mysterious figure and into the supernatural, but this discovery hinted at an even deeper enigma.
I don't know, Hope. It's strange. I knew he was superstitious, but to be involved in anything like this is more than I knew. It's probably just some superstitious protection thing or something.
John's eyes began to well up. This all of a sudden became real to him. Hope's voice became soft and soothing.
He meant so much to you, John.
I wouldn't be who I am today without him.
Their moment of reflection was interrupted by the arrival of more mourners, including Uncle James's friends and colleagues. Among them was Connor McQueen, the owner of Kevin Barry's Irish pub, who had been a close friend of Uncle James. Connor was a charismatic figure, with a rugged charm that seemed to draw people to him. He stood at an average height and build, but exuded an aura of confidence and strength. His well-defined physique hinted at a dedication to physical fitness, and his eyes sparkled with a mischievous twinkle. His attire, a well-tailored suit that hinted at his Irish heritage, added to his charismatic presence. Connor's salt and pepper hair was neatly groomed, giving him a distinguished look that set him apart in the room. As Connor neared, his stride was confident yet comforting. He reached out, offering a handshake first to John and then to Hope. His smile, warm and inviting, bridged the gap of stranger to friend effortlessly.
John, me friend, it's a sorrowful time you find yourself in, and I'm truly sorry for your loss. And this must be Hope, then. 'Tis a real pleasure to make your acquaintance,
he said, his Irish accent lending a lyrical quality to his words. Hope was immediately taken by Connor's genuine charisma and the gracious manner in which he presented himself.
It's a pleasure, Mr. McQueen. John's shared nothing but admirable stories about you,
she replied, matching his warm smile with one of her own. Connor's eyes twinkled with a mix of humility and mischief.
John's just being generous with his words. I'm simply glad I can be here for you both in these trying times. And please, Connor, Mr. McQueen was me day.
Connor's personality was an effortless blend of guidance and fellowship, making it impossible not to feel welcomed and valued in his presence. As their conversation unfolded, Connor wove tales and anecdotes of Uncle James with the skill of a master storyteller. His rich Irish accent added a melodic cadence to his words, drawing John and Hope deeper into the tapestry of memories he crafted. Each story was imbued with respect and a deep fondness, painting a portrait of James that was both heroic and profoundly human.
James, he was more than just a friend. He was like a brother. Shared many a pint and many a tale we did. His passion for Savannah, its rich history, and all its hidden nooks was infectious.
His eyes sparkled with nostalgia, and a wistful smile played on his lips as he recalled the countless adventures he and James had shared. Hope and John found solace in Connor's stories, each narrative thread weaving a tapestry of memory that celebrated James's life and legacy. They listened intently, their own grief momentarily forgotten, as they were transported to a time when James's presence filled the room with laughter and wisdom. Connor's voice grew more solemn as he continued.
He had a scholar's heart, with a thirst for knowledge that was unparalleled. The man could unearth secrets about this city that even the shadows didn't know.
His gaze drifted to the window, as if searching for the ghosts of the past that James had so expertly navigated. John, his voice thick with emotion, reached out to shake Connor's hand.
Thank you, Connor. It means a lot to hear about him from someone who knew him so well.
The gratitude in his words was palpable, a testament to the comfort Connor's stories had brought him. Connor stood, placing a comforting hand on John's shoulder. His grip was firm, a gesture of solidarity that spoke volumes about the bond he and James had shared.
James left behind a legacy, not just in the stories we shared, but in the impact he had on us all. And in you, John. And in you, his spirit lives on.
His gaze shifted between John and Hope, a spark of determination lighting his eyes.
Together, we'll keep his memory alive, and maybe, just maybe, share a few pints and make a few stories of our own.
In that moment, amidst the shared grief and memories, a new bond was formed. Connor's empathy and understanding provided a much-needed anchor for John and Hope, promising not just support, but partnership in the days to come. As the conversation between John, Hope, and Connor unfolded, Detective Williams stood silently in the background, his keen eyes observing the trio with a mix of curiosity and empathy. Once Connor excused himself, Detective Williams approached John and Hope. Williams' steps were measured, his posture exuding a quiet confidence that spoke of his experience and dedication to his craft. The way he carried himself, with a mix of strength and compassion, was a testament to the balance he maintained between his professional duties and his inherent humanity. Detective Williams cleared his throat softly, drawing their attention to his presence.
"John Gray, Hope,"
he asked, his rich baritone voice carrying a gentle authority.
"I'm Detective Nathan Williams. I'm the lead investigator on your uncle's case."
John and Hope, momentarily stunned by the introduction, shared a fleeting look of surprise before turning their attention to Detective Williams. His southern accent, rich and pronounced in this moment of formal acquaintance, carried a warmth that seemed to defy the somber circumstances of their meeting. It was a testament to his professionalism, a subtle reminder that even in the face of tragedy, human connection could offer a glimmer of comfort.
"I'm here to pay my respects and to let you know that we're doing everything we can to investigate your uncle's death,"
Detective Williams continued, his voice imbued with a sincerity that resonated deep within John and Hope. His words carried not just the weight of his professional duty, but a personal commitment to the pursuit of justice. It was a subtle assurance, a promise that he would leave no stone unturned in his quest for answers. As he spoke, Detective Williams's eyes met John's, then Hope's, a silent acknowledgement of the pain they were enduring. In that moment, the detective's presence took on a deeper significance. He wasn't just a representative of the law, but a beacon of hope in a world suddenly cast in shadows. With a gentle gesture, Detective Williams handed John a business card, the small rectangle of paper serving as a tangible link between the grieving family and the ongoing investigation. The exchange was brief, but it spoke volumes about the detective's dedication. He maintained a delicate balance between professional detachment and human empathy, a skill undoubtedly honed through years of navigating the complex landscape of loss and tragedy. As John accepted the card, he felt a flicker of gratitude amidst the overwhelming sorrow. It was a small comfort, but a significant one, a reminder that even in their darkest hour, they were not alone. With a final nod of respect, Detective Williams stepped back, allowing John, Hope, and their family the space to grieve, to process the enormity of their loss. But even as he withdrew, his mind was already turning over the facts of the case, piecing together the fragments of a puzzle that would lead him to the truth. In that moment, as the detective melted into the background, Hope watched him move through the crowd with purpose, her eyes following his determined stride. He made his way to Connor McQueen and drew him aside to a quiet corner. Though too far to hear their conversation, Hope couldn't miss Williams's tense posture and barely contained frustration as he spoke. His hands moved in controlled gestures, his jaw tight with suppressed emotion. Connor, in contrast, remained maddeningly calm, his easy smile and relaxed demeanor a stark contrast to the detective's intensity. He responded to Williams's questions with what appeared to be casual charm, though something in his eyes suggested he was choosing his words carefully. The exchange lasted only a few minutes, but Hope noticed how Williams' frustration seemed to grow with each passing moment. As the two men parted ways, Hope turned to John, keeping her voice low.
"Did you see that?" Detective Williams pulled Connor to the side to talk to him. Connor seemed really calm, almost too composed, like he was expecting it.
Connor and Uncle James were close. Maybe the detective thinks he knows something about what happened.
Maybe, but there's something about the way Connor handled that conversation. It was like he was playing a part, you know, like he knows more than he's letting on.
In that moment, as the detective melted back into the crowd, John and Hope shared a look of understanding. They weren't the only ones searching for answers about James Gray's death, but they might be the only ones who could recognize when those answers didn't quite add up. And so, as the funeral continued, as the family drew strength from each other and from the memories of the man they had lost, they knew that Detective Williams would be there, a silent guardian, a relentless pursuer of justice, until the truth was brought to light and James Gray could finally rest in peace. As they stood among family and friends, John and Hope couldn't help but feel the weight of the tragedy that had brought them to Savannah. They were determined to uncover the truth, but for now, they would draw strength from the love and support of those who had come to remember Uncle James and celebrate his life. The day turned into evening, and the funeral home began to close in around them, the shadows growing longer and the mystery deeper. They were determined to uncover the truth, one piece at a time, even as the shadows of intrigue deepened around them. Hope, perceptive as ever, had been a steady presence throughout the day, guiding John through the difficult moments and offering her unwavering support. Her compassion and strength had been a lifeline for him, and he was grateful to have her by his side.
John, I know today has been incredibly tough for you. I can't imagine what you're going through.
It's like a nightmare, Hope. Uncle James was such a huge part of my life, and now he's gone. And worse, he was taken from us.
Hope moved closer to him, her hand finding his and giving it a reassuring squeeze.
Baby, I wish there was something I could do to make it easier for you.
You being here with me makes all the difference, Hope. I don't know how I would have gotten through today without you.
Their eyes locked, and in that moment, words seemed inadequate to express the depth of their connection. Hope's presence was a soothing balm for John's wounded heart, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude and love for her.
We'll get through this, John. And when you're ready, we'll find out what happened to your Uncle James.
John nodded, his thoughts still muddled by grief. But the determination to unravel the mystery surrounding his uncle's death simmered beneath the surface, waiting for the right moment to ignite.
All right, let's talk about a somber gathering. First of all, let's talk about the elephant, the room. I tried incorporating multiple character voices. Honestly, I don't think it worked. But it was all part of the learning curve. But let's move on from that now. This chapter slowed things down, but only on the surface. Underneath all that mourning and memory, something stirring, and not just grief. Let's start here. What do you make of the symbols carved into Uncle James's casket? Were they protection, a warning, or something meant to be found by someone like Hope? And speaking of Hope, she's not just emotional support. She's observant, grounded, and maybe even more connected to whatever's unfolding than John realizes. Do you think she sees more than she lets on? Or is she going to get pulled deeper into something she's not ready for? Now, Connor McQueen, the charming Irish pub owner. His stories were comforting, but there's something rehearsed about him. Do you trust him? Or is he a keeper of secrets that go far deeper than shared pints and ghost tours? And then there's Detective Williams. That scene where he speaks with Connor. Something passed between them. What do you think the detective knows? And what do you think he suspects? Most of all, who was Uncle James? What kind of man leaves behind a room full of strangers who speak in riddles and thanks laced with silence? Was he protecting Jonas or preparing him? Drop your thoughts below. Pick it apart. What do you think is waiting for John and Hope as they go deeper into this mystery? And what would you do, standing next to a casket that whispers back? Up next is the Djinn Particle, a story that dives deep into the question of what it really means to think, to feel, to exist, and what happens when something inhuman begins to do all three. This one leans heavier into the sci-fi side of my work. It's a slow burn, centered on particle physics gone wrong, or maybe gone exactly as intended. If you're into stories that blend quantum mechanics with questions of identity, this one's for you. But fair warning, this isn't the kind of tale that ties everything up neatly. It lingers, it shifts. So buckle in, and maybe ask yourself, if something starts to think, when does it start to want? The Djinn Particle by Carl Otto. Dr. Nazari, I'm Amir Khalili. Welcome to the middle of nowhere. The words carried across the cracked tarmac of the remote Iranian airstrip, where the drone of the departing cargo plane still echoed against distant mountains. Dr. Arman Nazari turned from watching the plane disappear, his precise, measured movements marking him as an academic even before he spoke. Ah, you must be my contact from the university. His crisp British accent carried traces of his Persian heritage. Rather dramatic location for a pickup. It's the closest airstrip to Alamat that still handles international flights. Amir helped load Nazari's equipment into a battered Land Rover. We've got about 4 hours of driving ahead, most of it through mountains. The Land Rover's engine coughed to life, protesting like an old man woken too early. As they pulled away from the airstrip, Nazari noticed how Amir kept checking his mirrors, as if watching for followers. Tell me, Dr. Nazari. Amir's eyes remained fixed on the treacherous road, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. What do you know about Djinn? Djinn? Nazari raised an eyebrow. Are you referring to the quantum particle anomaly theorized by Dr. Hassan at CERN, or the mythological beings? Interesting that you immediately thought of the particle. Amir navigated around another deep pothole. The villagers here only know the old stories. But 3 years ago, we recorded energy signatures matching Hassan's predictions perfectly. Then people started vanishing. Last year, a local boy disappeared for 3 days. His watch showed only 3 hours had passed, and the metal had changed somehow. Changed how? Like it had been exposed to forces we couldn't explain. The cult that controls the site, they claim it's the work of a Djinn. Elder Mahmoud and I have different theories. Amir's grip tightened on the steering wheel. That's why we contacted you specifically. Your work combining quantum theory with archaeological physics. The cult doesn't approve of scientific investigation. 3 of my students ended up with broken equipment and broken bones last month. The cult's grown aggressive about protecting their secrets. Amir slowed as they approached a sharp bend. Elder Mahmoud is the town leader, but the cult answers to their high priest, Ibrahim. He claims direct communion with the Djinn. The Land Rover rounded another bend, and Nazari caught his first glimpse of the village. Ancient stone buildings clustered around a central square, with the mountains rising behind like ancient guardians. A mosque's minaret stood alongside what appeared to be much older structures, their weathered stones speaking of centuries of history. Welcome to Alamut, Amir said, his voice carrying a mix of pride and concern. Try not to stare too obviously at the northern cliffs when we arrive. That's where the site is, but the cult watches for people showing too much interest. As they descended into the valley, Nazari noticed how the villagers stopped to watch their passage. Children were quickly called inside, shutters closed. The welcome felt about as warm as the snow-capped peaks above them. Elder Mahmoud will want to see you immediately, Amir said, navigating the narrow streets. But first, he hesitated. A word of advice. Be careful what you say, even in private. The cult has ears everywhere, and they're particularly suspicious of foreign scientists, even ones with Persian heritage. The Land Rover came to a stop in a small courtyard. The stone walls around them had to be centuries old, but Nazari noticed modern security cameras discreetly mounted in the corners. The message was clear. Tradition and technology coexisted here, but tradition held the upper hand. Ready? Amir asked, killing the engine. Nazari nodded, though he couldn't shake the feeling that he was walking into something far more complex and dangerous than a simple scientific investigation. The heavy wooden door ahead of them opened, revealing an elderly man whose bearing suggested both authority and worry. Elder Mahmoud had been expecting them, but from his expression, he wasn't bringing good news. Welcome to my home, the elder said in perfect English, though his accent was thick. Please, come inside quickly. The sun will set soon, and it's best not to be seen consulting with outsiders after dark. Inside, the house blended old and new, ancient carpets alongside modern communications equipment, traditional tapestries near sophisticated monitoring devices. Elder Mahmoud gestured them to sit on cushions around a low table. Circumstances have changed since we contacted you, he said, glancing at Amir. The high priest visited this morning. The site is now closed to all outsiders, no exceptions. He claims the Djinn itself has demanded it. That's impossible, Nazari started, but the elder raised a hand. In this place, Dr. Nazari, be careful what you declare impossible. His eyes held a weight that made Nazari's scientific certainty waver. I've seen things that defy every natural law you know. The cult may interpret these phenomena through superstition, but do not mistake their beliefs for lies. The elder retrieved a small box from a nearby shelf. Inside lay what appeared to be a simple wristwatch. This belonged to the last scientist who ignored our warnings. Look at the metal. Nazari examined the watch. The stainless steel case had changed. Where there should have been metal, a transparent substance had formed, crystalline in appearance but weighing almost nothing. When he tapped it against the table, it rang like crystal but didn't break. The transformation was so complete, it was as if the metal had never been metal at all. The molecular structure appears to have undergone some kind of quantum phase transition, Nazari said, his scientific mind struggling. But this level of transformation would require enormous energy and the precision. He shook his head. I've never seen anything like this. Which is precisely why we need to investigate properly, he continued, setting the watch down. If something is causing matter to transform at the quantum level. We've arranged a meeting with Ibrahim tomorrow morning, Elder Mahmoud interrupted. Perhaps we can convince him that a scientific study would benefit everyone. His tone suggested little hope. Until then, Amir will show you to your quarters in the research building. Rest well, the elder said as they rose to leave. Ibrahim is not known for his tolerance of scientific inquiry, or of outsiders questioning the Djinn's dominion. As they walked through the darkening courtyard, Nazari clutched his equipment case closer, his mind still trying to rationalize what he'd seen. Behind them, the mountains loomed against the twilight sky, their ancient peaks holding secrets that seemed to defy both science and sanity. The old barn had been converted into a serviceable research station. Amir helped Nazari carry his equipment inside, the light from modern LED strips creating strange shadows among the weathered wooden rafters. The cot's not exactly five-star accommodation, Amir said, indicating a narrow bed against one wall. But the heater works, and the Wi-Fi is decent when the weather cooperates. He gestured to a cluttered workbench covered in monitoring equipment. I've been collecting data for months when I can. Everything's yours to examine. This is more than adequate. Thank you. No, thank you. Amir's voice softened. Most scientists wouldn't come all this way, especially given the political complexities. But your papers on quantum archaeology, your theories about particle preservation in ancient structures, they could explain what's happening here, maybe even help protect people from it. After Amir left, Nazari settled onto the cot, the strange events of the day catching up with him. The last thing he saw before drifting off was a faint shimmer in the air near his equipment, like heat waves, but in a room that was rapidly cooling as night settled over the mountains. Nazari dreamed of a meeting room that seemed to shift and flow like water. A man in traditional clothes, but with oddly modern mannerisms, stood at a window, his silhouette stretching unnaturally far along the ground. Your instruments cannot measure what dwells here, the man said, though his lips didn't move. Nazari somehow knew this was Ibrahim. A final image burned itself into his mind. A humanoid figure made of smokeless fire, but with ancient eyes. The particle and the being are the same, the figure said, its voice reverberating through Nazari's bones. That's what everyone misunderstands. He woke gasping for air, his heart pounding. The barn was dark and cold, but for a moment he could have sworn he saw an invisible distortion floating in the air. Outside, the first hint of dawn was touching the mountain peaks, and somewhere in the village, a muezzin began the call to morning prayer. Nazari stood in the barn's small washroom, studying his reflection in the cracked mirror. Dark circles under his eyes betrayed his restless night. As he straightened his tie, chosen carefully to strike a balance between academic credibility and respect for local customs, he noticed his hands were shaking slightly. The dream's images kept intruding on his morning routine. He'd try to focus on reviewing his research notes, only to find himself sketching that figure of distorted air in the margins. The equations he'd written beside it made a strange kind of sense. A knock at the door startled him from his thoughts. Amir stood in the doorway holding a thermos. Thought you might need this. The local coffee's good, but... He glanced at Nazari's notebook. Bad night. Strange dreams, Nazari replied, accepting the thermos gratefully. He hesitated, then asked, This Ibrahim, is he tall? Wears traditional clothes, but with a modern watch. Amir's hand froze halfway to his own cup. How did you... You haven't met him yet, have you? Before Nazari could respond, a distant sound caught their attention, like metal being struck, but the echo lasted too long, resonating at frequencies that made their teeth ache. Through the barn's window, they saw Elder Mahmoud hurrying across the courtyard, his face tight with concern. They're waiting, the elder said as he reached them. And Dr. Nazari, whatever happens in there, try not to question their beliefs or the existence of the Djinn. Nazari turned to face Elder Mahmoud, his expression grave. I understand. Where is the meeting? He has a small home connected to the cult temple, Elder Mahmoud replied. Ibrahim insists, says the Djinn prefers it. He glanced at the mountains, then quickly looked away. Best we hurry. He doesn't like to be kept waiting. As they walked through the village streets, Nazari noticed how people seemed to melt away at their approach, ducking into doorways or turning down alleys. Mothers pulled children inside, old men turned their backs, shopkeepers suddenly found reasons to lock their doors. The weight of unseen eyes pressed down on them from every shadow. A woman dropped her water jug when she saw them coming, its clay fragments skittering across stones worn smooth by centuries of everyday life. She hurried away without meeting their eyes, making a gesture that might have been a blessing or a ward against evil. The cult's influence, Elder Mahmoud murmured. They control more than just the temple. Every family here has lost someone to its mysteries. A child who wandered too close, a relative who asked too many questions. A small figure darted from behind a rock, startling them. A young boy, perhaps 12, clutching a burning censer of incense. The smoke curled around him in ways that defied the mountain breeze, forming patterns that almost made sense before dissolving. Hamid, Amir said softly to Nazari, brother of the boy who went missing last year. His voice dropped lower. The cult found his brother 3 days later, speaking in languages that hadn't been spoken in centuries. When he finally remembered how to speak Persian again, he couldn't, or wouldn't, say what happened. Now Hamid does this for everyone who visits the temple, hoping to protect them. Without a word, the boy began circling Nazari. The fragrant smoke washed over him, while Hamid recited what sounded like an ancient Persian blessing. But there was something else in the words. Mathematical precision in the rhythm, equations hidden in the cadence. The boy finished his circuit and looked up at Nazari with eyes that held both childhood innocence and knowledge long past his years. Be careful in there, he said in careful English. The shadows, they don't always stay where they should. And sometimes, he glanced at the temple looming above them, they remember things that haven't happened yet. Before anyone could respond, he disappeared down the path as quickly as he had appeared. The smoke from his censer lingered, twisting into shapes that seemed to point toward the temple before the wind finally dispersed them. The path grew steeper as they approached the small stone house, less than 50 meters from the temple, its entrance carved directly into the mountain face. Ancient steps, worn smooth by centuries of devotion, wound upward alongside a narrow track that only the local goatherds still used. Listen up, Elder Mahmoud said, pausing to catch his breath. Ibrahim will try to provoke you. The cult believes that strong emotions please the Djinn. Keep your responses neutral no matter what he says. Beyond Ibrahim's modest home, the temple proper commanded attention. Its massive entrance hewn from the living rock of the mountain. Ancient carvings covered its face, depicting scenes that seemed to move in your peripheral vision. Figures that danced and writhed when you weren't looking directly at them. The sheer scale of it made Ibrahim's house seem insignificant. Through the house's doorway, Nazari caught glimpses of walls covered in wood panels with faces etched in them. Stern elders watching with eyes that held centuries of judgment. "I see our guest has arrived," a voice echoed from within. Ibrahim stood just inside, his traditional clothes a stark contrast to his modern watch and smartphone. His silhouette stretched across the floor at an angle that didn't match the morning light. "Come, Dr. Nazari, let us discuss why you think your instruments can measure what belongs to the divine." Elder Mahmoud squeezed Nazari's arm, a warning or encouragement, he couldn't tell which. Inside, the air felt different, heavier, like the moment before a storm. The shadows on the walls didn't quite match the objects casting them, and sometimes they seemed to move independently, flowing like dark water across the ancient stones. Ibrahim gestured to a collection of cushions arranged on the floor. His movements were fluid, practiced, a traditional host welcoming guests, but the smart watch on his wrist caught the light as he moved, its screen displaying text in rapid succession. "Please, sit," he said, his voice carrying both warmth and warning. "We have much to discuss, Dr. Nazari. Or should I say, Professor? Your work on quantum archaeology at Cambridge was interesting." A grin crossed his face, but his gaze remained cold, particularly your theories about particle preservation in ancient structures. Nazari settled onto a cushion, aware of Elder Mahmoud and Amir taking positions slightly behind him. Through the window, the temple's massive entrance loomed, its carved figures seeming to watch their meeting with ancient interest. "You've read my papers?" Nazari asked carefully. "The Djinn reads everything," Ibrahim replied, checking his watch briefly. "Through my eyes, of course. It finds humanity's attempts to quantify the divine amusing." He turned to a modern tablet mounted on the traditional wall. "Like these readings your instruments captured last month." The tablet displayed familiar waveforms, the same patterns Nazari had studied for weeks. But here, in the shadow of the temple, they seemed to pulse with new significance. "The quantum signatures are unmistakable," Nazari began. But Ibrahim raised his hand. "Quantum signatures?" A joyless chuckle escaped Ibrahim. "You see equations where you should see power, numbers where you should see glory." "The Djinn particle," Nazari pressed on, "was named after your stories precisely because of these properties, existing in multiple states, affecting time itself, transforming matter." Dr. Hassan understood there might be a connection between the ancient accounts and quantum physics. Behind Nazari, Elder Mahmoud shifted uncomfortably. The shadows in the room's corners grew deeper, more attentive. "Amir's instruments have recorded quantum entanglement on a macro scale," Nazari said carefully, trying to maintain a neutral tone. "Temporal anomalies that defy our current understanding of physics. Surely studying these phenomena could benefit." "Benefit?" Ibrahim cut him off, his practiced hospitality cracking slightly. "Like your predecessors benefited us, taking readings, collecting samples, trying to reduce divine power to numbers on a screen." His attention fixed on Nazari with growing intensity. "We found one of your colleagues, you know. What was left of him?" Ibrahim's voice grew colder. He too thought he could measure the immeasurable. The Djinn showed him other measurements. Amir shifted forward slightly. "Ibrahim, please. Dr. Nazari isn't here to—" "Silence!" Ibrahim's shout echoed unnaturally in the small room. "You forget your place, Amir. Your grandfather understood respect. He knew better than to bring outsiders to poke and prod at sacred mysteries." Nazari felt his scientific objectivity warring with growing unease. He noticed a distortion in the light next to Ibrahim, in the same space as the distorted figure from his dream. Still, he tried one more time. The transformations we're seeing in the metal samples alone could revolutionize our understanding of... Understanding? Ibrahim stood suddenly, his traditional robes flowing, but his watch face glowing brighter. You think your human understanding means anything to a being like the Djinn? It is a primal power as old as the earth itself. He loomed over Nazari, his silhouette now stretching up the walls and across the ceiling. Your arrogance blinds you to your own insignificance. Elder Mahmud placed a warning hand on Nazari's shoulder as the scientist started to respond. The shadows in the room were moving faster now, more purposefully, and the temperature seemed to be dropping rapidly. I must insist. Ibrahim moved closer, his voice carrying centuries of zealous certainty, that you leave this place. The Djinn does not tolerate the arrogance of those who would dissect its mysteries with their primitive tools. The distortion beside him pulsed, and for a moment, Nazari could have sworn he saw flames flickering in empty air. His scientific restraint finally broke. Primitive. Nazari stood, shrugging off Elder Mahmud's warning hand. We're trying to understand forces that could change our fundamental grasp of physics, of reality itself. Your Djinn is displaying properties that match theoretical particles we've only glimpsed in accelerators. If you'd just let us... Enough! Ibrahim's voice cracked like thunder. The shadows writhed across the walls, and the temperature plunged. Guards! Heavy footsteps approached from outside. 4 men entered, cult guardians in traditional dress but carrying modern weapons. Their movements were practiced, efficient. Remove them, Ibrahim commanded. Show our guests how we deal with those who disrespect the Djinn. Everything happened too fast. Nazari felt rough hands grab his arms. He tried to pull away, but one of the guards struck him hard across the face. He tasted blood. Stop! Amir moved to help, but another guard slammed him against the wall. Elder Mahmud raised his hands. Ibrahim, this violence is unnecessary. But the guards were already dragging them toward the door. Nazari struggled, earning himself another blow, this one to his ribs. Through blurred vision, he saw Ibrahim watching with disgust, the distortion beside him now clearly flame-shaped, its edges rippling with ancient malice. They were thrown roughly onto the stone steps outside. Nazari landed hard, his scientific equipment scattering across the ground. One of the guards deliberately stepped on his laptop, the crunch of electronics mixing with Ibrahim's final words. Let this be a warning. The next intrusion will be dealt with far less gently. The heavy door slammed shut, leaving them in the cold mountain air. Nazari tried to stand, wincing at the pain in his ribs. Amir helped him up, while Elder Mahmud gathered the broken remains of his equipment. The walk back through the village felt longer than before. Each step sent fresh pain through Nazari's ribs, and he could taste blood from his split lip. The villagers who had avoided them earlier now wouldn't even look in their direction, hurrying inside at their approach. The morning sun cast long shadows across their path, and somewhere in the distance, a muezzin's call to prayer echoed off the ancient stones. Amir and Elder Mahmud supported Nazari between them as they made their way to the barn. The morning sun cast long shadows, and villagers quickly looked away as they passed. Blood from Nazari's split lip dripped onto his collar, and each breath sent sharp pains through his ribs. Easy now, Amir murmured as they helped him up the barn's wooden steps. I have a first aid kit inside. The converted research station felt colder than before. Elder Mahmud cleared space on the workbench, while Amir retrieved a battered medical kit. Nazari slumped onto a chair, his scientific pride as bruised as his body. Let me see those ribs, Elder Mahmud said, his hands gentle but practiced. I was a field medic once upon a time. He pressed carefully along Nazari's side, drawing a sharp hiss of pain. Bruised, not broken. You were lucky. Lucky? Nazari winced as Amir cleaned the cut on his lip. They destroyed my equipment, our data. They could have done much worse, Amir said quietly. Last year, a Russian researcher, well, he wasn't as fortunate. Elder Mahmoud applied a cold compress to Nazari's face. You saw it, didn't you? Standing beside Ibrahim. The form it takes when it's agitated. Nazari nodded slowly, then regretted the movement. A figure of distorted air. I dreamt about it, but that's impossible. Perhaps, Elder Mahmoud interrupted gently, we should stop thinking in terms of possible and impossible. He exchanged a look with Amir. Tell him about the archives. Amir hesitated. After what just happened. He's already involved now, the elder said. He needs to know everything. Elder Mahmoud moved to close the barn's windows, checking outside before drawing the heavy curtains. The archives, he began, his voice low, are hidden beneath the temple. They contain records dating back centuries, documentation of the Djinn's manifestations, its interactions, its transformations. The cult keeps them sealed, Amir added, still tending to Nazari's injuries. Even most of their own members don't have access. But my grandfather, he was one of the archivists, before Ibrahim's father changed everything. Nazari shifted, wincing at the pain. Changed what? The relationship with the Djinn, Elder Mahmoud said carefully. For generations we were guardians, observers. We documented its phenomena, studied its nature, though not with your modern instruments. There was balance, respect going both ways. Then Ibrahim's father became high priest. Amir's voice carried old bitterness. He believed we could do more than just observe. He thought we could communicate with it, control it even. That's when people started disappearing, Elder Mahmoud added, when the temporal distortions began affecting larger areas. The archives contain warnings about this, about the danger of treating the Djinn as a tool rather than a force of nature. Nazari pressed the cold compress against his face, his scientific mind racing despite the pain. These archives, they contain actual data, measurements, observations. More than that, Amir said. They have samples, physical evidence of transformations going back hundreds of years. Metal turned to crystal, just like that watch. Objects that exist in multiple states. Things that... He hesitated. Things that shouldn't be possible. In the archives there is also another secret room that only the high priest goes in. The real reason Ibrahim banned outsiders, Elder Mahmoud said quietly. He wants the power of the Djinn for himself, and I believe the power is in that room in the archives. We need to see those archives and get into that secret room, Nazari said, straightening despite his bruised ribs. Impossible, Amir shook his head. After what just happened? Not impossible, Elder Mahmoud interrupted. Difficult, yes. Dangerous, certainly, but not impossible. He reached into his robe and withdrew what looked like an ancient key, its metal strangely iridescent. If we can find a way in the temple, I can get us in the archive and in that room. We should rest, Elder Mahmoud said, noting how Nazari winced with each movement. The guards will be watching closely tonight. Better to wait until tomorrow when you're stronger. Amir produced a small bottle of pills from the medical kit. Here, local painkillers, strong ones. They'll help you sleep. Nazari wanted to protest, to start planning immediately, but his ribs throbbed in painful agreement with their suggestion. He accepted 2 pills and a glass of water from Amir. Tomorrow then, Elder Mahmoud said, moving toward the door. We'll return after morning prayers, when the temple guards change shifts. After they left, Nazari settled onto his cot, the painkillers already making his thoughts fuzzy. His last conscious observation was of that strange heatwave distortion near his equipment again, before darkness claimed him. The dream came vividly. He was following the boy from earlier, Hamid, through narrow mountain paths he hadn't noticed before. The child moved with practiced ease, occasionally turning to press a finger to his lips for silence. They came to a small cave opening, barely visible behind a tumble of rocks. Inside, the passage twisted unnaturally, as if the stone itself couldn't quite maintain its shape. At a junction of 3 tunnels, the figure of distorted air waited. Its form rippled with barely contained fury, ancient eyes blazing. It moved to block their path, its presence radiating hostility. But when Nazari pressed forward, the figure let him pass. A sense of resignation, as if it was bound by rules older than itself. The tunnel opened into the archives, rows of shelves stretching impossibly far in the dim light. And there at the far end, a door with glyphs that made his vision blur when he tried to focus on them. The figure appeared again, but different now. Less hostile, more expectant. It raised a flaming hand, pointing to the door, then to Nazari, then to its own chest. Nazari woke with a startle, sunlight streaming through the barn's windows. The painkillers had worn off, his ribs protesting as he sat up. But his mind was sharp, focused. He grabbed his notebook, sketching the cave entrance, the tunnels, the symbols on that door before they could fade. Something caught his eye, a fine layer of dust on his boots, dust that looked exactly like the limestone powder from the mountain caves in his dream. Nazari stared at it, his scientific mind struggling to rationalize its presence. Dreams didn't leave physical evidence. Unless... He pushed himself up from the cot, ignoring his protesting ribs, and moved to the workbench. By the time the morning sun began streaming through the barn's windows, he had filled several pages with sketches and notes, comparing them to the old maps of the mountain, surrounded by hastily scrawled notes and sketches from his dream. His ribs still ached, but the fierce determination in his eyes suggested he'd moved beyond physical discomfort. When Elder Mahmoud and Amir arrived, they found him comparing old drawings to his maps of the mountain. "You should be resting," Amir said, setting down a fresh thermos of coffee. "I think there might be a way in," Nazari replied, not looking up. "There has to be a way in." Elder Mahmoud leaned over the sketches, his expression grave. "These tunnels, they match old stories, passages the original Guardians used before the temple was built." A soft knock at the barn door made them all freeze. Amir moved cautiously to answer it, then relaxed. "Hamid?" The boy from yesterday slipped inside, his sensor cold now, held close to his chest like a shield. His eyes went immediately to Nazari's drawings. "I can help you," Hamid said. It wasn't a question. "The old ways, the paths my brother found before." He trailed off, swallowing hard. "You know these tunnels?" Nazari asked gently. Hamid nodded. "We used to play there before, hidden from the Guardians." He moved to the workbench, pointing to one of Nazari's sketches. "This one leads behind the temple, where the rocks look like sleeping giants. The Djinn..." He hesitated. "It doesn't watch there as much." The 3 men exchanged looks. Elder Mahmoud knelt beside the boy. "Hamid, could you show us?" "It's dangerous," the boy whispered. "The shadows move differently in there. But..." He looked at Nazari's bruised face, then at the crystalline watch still sitting on the workbench. "You want to help my brother, don't you? To understand what happened to him?" "Yes," Nazari said simply. Hamid seemed to come to a decision. "Tonight, when the moon sets, the Guardians will be at evening prayers." He traced a path on the map with one small finger. "Meet me where the old shepherd's trail crosses the stream. I'll show you the way." "Hamid," Amir started. "If Ibrahim finds out..." He won't. The boy's voice carried a certainty beyond his years. The Djinn, I think it likes me. Sometimes it helps hide things from those who think they control it. He turned to leave, then paused. Bring salt. And don't, he shuddered slightly, don't look too long at any shadows that move against the wind. After Hamid left, silence filled the barn. Finally, Elder Mahmoud spoke. We should wait until you're stronger. No, Nazari interrupted. Every day we wait gives Ibrahim more time to... He gestured at his equipment. To destroy more evidence. To hide whatever's in that room you mentioned. Then we rest today, Amir said firmly. Gather our strength. And tonight. He looked at the darkening mountains through the window. Tonight we see what the old passages remember. The others nodded, each lost in their own thoughts about what evening would bring. Outside, clouds gathered around the mountain peaks, as if the very sky was conspiring to hide what they planned to do. The rest of the day passed in tense preparation. Amir checked and rechecked their supplies, while Elder Mahmoud studied ancient texts, searching for any details they might have missed. Nazari dozed fitfully, knowing he would need his strength, but his dreams were filled with shifting shadows and the strange, distorted figure. When darkness finally fell, they gathered their equipment and slipped out of the barn one by one. Moonlight painted silver edges on the mountain peaks as three figures made their way along the shepherd's trail. Nazari's ribs still ached with each step, but the painkillers had dulled the worst of it. Ahead, Amir consulted a worn map by flashlight, while Elder Mahmoud brought up the rear, occasionally glancing behind them. The stream's quiet murmur guided them to the meeting point. Here, ancient stones formed a crude bridge, worn smooth by centuries of shepherds' crossings. In the darkness, the water seemed to flow both ways at once, its surface occasionally rippling against the current. They found Hamid waiting in the shadow of a boulder, his censer now lit but covered to show only the faintest glow. The boy's eyes reflected starlight as he studied their approach. You brought the salt, he whispered. Amir patted his pack. Just like you said, though I don't understand. The Djinn respects the old ways, Hamid interrupted, his voice carrying that unsettling certainty again. Even when it's angry. He looked at Nazari. Now we must find the 3 tunnels. The boy's eyes were a combination of childish wonder and scared wisdom. It shows everyone differently, but always 3 choices. Hamid started up a narrow track, barely visible in the darkness. The path changes, but the tunnels stay the same. One leads back, one leads down, one, he hesitated, one leads through. The boy moved with practiced ease despite the darkness, occasionally touching specific rocks as if in greeting. The adults followed more cautiously, their modern hiking boots somehow making more noise than Hamid's worn sandals. Here. Hamid stopped suddenly at a section of weathered rock face. Watch the shadows. The boy's eyes were a combination of childish wonder and scared wisdom. He lifted his censer, letting the smoke drift against the stone. For a moment, nothing happened. Then Nazari noticed something odd. A shadow that shouldn't exist, cast by nothing, stretching across the rock like a door slightly ajar. There was no crevice there a moment ago, Nazari said quietly, his scientific mind struggling to process what his eyes were seeing. It's always there, Hamid replied, his voice barely a whisper. But it only shows itself to those it wants to find it. He touched the rock beside the deepening shadow. The old ways remember who asks politely. The shadow widened, revealing a narrow crack in the stone, barely wide enough for an adult to squeeze through sideways. The edges of the opening seemed to shift when viewed directly, as if the rock itself was reluctant to admit its own penetrability. Quickly, Hamid said, already slipping into the darkness. It doesn't like being seen for too long. They followed one by one, having to turn sideways to fit through the narrow gap. The passage seemed to resist them, the stone pressing close on either side, until suddenly they were through into a broader space. When Nazari looked back, the crevice appeared impossibly thin, far too narrow for any of them to have passed through. "The lights," Hamid whispered, reaching for Amir's flashlight. "They confuse the way. We must use this." He lifted his sensor, its faint glow somehow illuminating more than should be possible. The smoke curled unnaturally, flowing against gravity and forming shapes that almost made sense before dissolving. "Don't look back again," Hamid added, noticing Nazari's continued study of the entrance. "The way in isn't always the same as the way out." They followed Hamid into the passage, ducking under the low entrance. The opening behind them solidified with a sensation more felt than heard, like air pressure changing in an airplane, but somehow backwards. Their flashlight beams seemed to stop a few feet ahead, as if the darkness had substance. The passage twisted downward, its walls too smooth to be natural, but too irregular to be man-made. Nazari ran his hand along one surface, his scientific mind struggling to categorize the texture. It felt like stone, but also like glass, and sometimes like neither. Elder Mahmoud moved closer to Nazari. "The archives speak of these tunnels. They say they weren't carved, but negotiated." "Negotiated with what?" Nazari asked, but his voice was swallowed by the strange acoustics of the passage. They walked in silence after that, following Hamid's sure steps. The boy continued his habit of touching certain rocks, but now Nazari noticed how the stones seemed to ripple slightly at each contact, like water disturbed by rain. The tunnel opened into a broader chamber, and they found themselves facing exactly what Nazari had seen in his dream. 3 passages, each identical in size but somehow fundamentally different, in a way that defied description. "Here," Hamid said, his voice barely above a whisper. "One leads back to the village. One leads down to the old caves. And one," he glanced at Nazari, "one leads to its home. It's—" Amir moved to study each entrance. "How do we choose?" "We don't," Hamid replied. "It chooses." He lifted his sensor higher, letting the smoke drift toward the openings. "Watch the shadows." The smoke flowed into all 3 passages simultaneously, a feat that should have been impossible given the air currents they could feel. But as they watched, the shadows cast by the smoke began to move, independently of their source. In the left tunnel, they flowed back toward the entrance. In the right, they spiraled downward. But in the middle passage— "There," Elder Mahmoud pointed. The shadows in the central tunnel were forming distinct shapes, identical glyphs from Nazari's vision, the markings that made his eyes ache when he tried to focus on them. "The middle path," Hamid confirmed. "But—" he hesitated, clutching his sensor tighter. "It knows we're here now, and it's waiting." Elder Mahmoud placed a steadying hand on Hamid's shoulder. "Lead on, boy. We'll follow your guidance." The middle tunnel seemed to bend light differently than the others, making depth perception unreliable. Hamid moved forward with his sensor, the smoke now forming more deliberate patterns, like written words in a script too ancient to recognize. "Stay close," the boy whispered. "The shadows here. They remember things, old things." As if in response, darkness pooled at the edges of the sensor's light, taking shapes that suggested figures watching their passage. Nazari's scientific mind tried to rationalize what he was seeing. Light diffraction, moisture in the air. Yet every logical theory dissolved when confronted with the supernatural phenomena surrounding them. The tunnel curved in ways that violated geometry, turning back on itself without completing a circle. Sometimes they seemed to be walking on the walls or ceiling. though their sense of gravity never shifted. The only constant was Hamid's unwavering progress and the steady stream of smoke from his sensor. "The salt," Hamid said suddenly, stopping at a junction where the passage split like lightning frozen in stone. "Make a circle, quickly." Amir fumbled with his pack, producing a bag of coarse salt. Under Hamid's direction, they formed a circle large enough for all four to stand within. The boy then traced symbols in the salt with his finger, symbols that matched those flickering in the shadows. "Why?" Nazari started to ask, but his question was answered by a wave of darkness that flowed past their circle like water, carrying within it shapes and sounds that belonged to other times, other places. The salt circle glowed faintly, holding back the tide of memories. "The temple was built on older things," Hamid explained, his voice tight with concentration. "Sometimes they leak through. The salt, it helps us stay when we are." When the darkness receded, the passage ahead had changed. What looked like natural cave walls now showed hints of worked stone. Ancient masons' marks peeked through crystalline formations that seemed to grow and shift in the sensor's light. "We're close," Elder Mahmud whispered. "These are the foundation stones of the original temple." The passage widened gradually, the rough walls giving way to clearly crafted architecture, though of a style Nazari had never seen before. "There," Hamid pointed with his free hand. A section of wall ahead rippled like heat waves rising from hot pavement. "The archives are through there, but—" He clutched his sensor tighter. "The Djinn will be stronger inside. It's closer to its home." "The way you say home," Nazari observed, noting how the boy hesitated over the word. "You mean prison, don't you?" Hamid nodded slowly. "The old stories say it wasn't always trapped, that it was invited, then betrayed." He touched another stone, sending ripples across its surface. "The archives tell the true story. That's why Ibrahim keeps them sealed." The wall before them continued to ripple, like fabric in a breeze. Through its shifting surface, they could make out shelves of books and scrolls, glass cases containing strange objects, and walls covered in writing that seemed to glow with its own light. "Remember," Hamid said as they prepared to step through, "don't look too long at any one shadow. And if you hear voices that don't belong to us," he swallowed hard, "don't answer them, no matter what they promise." Nazari took a deep breath, feeling the air grow thicker as they approached the rippling surface. The wall's substance seemed to part like heavy curtains of water, its touch cold against his skin. For a moment, reality twisted around them. Up became sideways, forward became down, and time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then they were inside. The archives stretched impossibly far in every direction, shelves reaching up into darkness, corridors extending beyond what the temple's exterior dimensions should allow. Ancient texts and artifacts filled glass cases, their surfaces occasionally shifting like mirages. "The restricted section is ahead," Elder Mahmud whispered, removing the iridescent key from his robe, "where Ibrahim keeps the most dangerous knowledge." A sudden wave of vertigo hit Nazari. The air felt thicker here, charged with potential. That familiar heatwave distortion appeared at the edge of his vision, more defined than ever before. "It's stronger here," Hamid whispered, his small hand finding Nazari's. "Can you feel it?" Nazari nodded, unable to speak. While the others examined the artifacts, he watched the heat distortion take shape, more substantial than he'd ever seen it. No one else seemed to notice as it moved closer, studying him with ancient eyes that burned through time itself. "There," Amir pointed to a section of wall different from the others. Unlike the flowing stone around it, this surface was perfectly still, a rectangle of absolute stillness in the midst of fluid reality. Symbols carved into its frame pulsed with a light that seemed to draw power from the shadows themselves. The heat distortion shifted closer to Nazari, its presence both terrifying and familiar. Though the others continued their examination of the wall, he clearly saw it raise what might have been a hand, pointing first to him, then to the door, then to itself. The door to its prison, Hamid's voice shook slightly, and its home. The boy's sensor smoke swirled toward the door, forming patterns that matched the glyphs in Nazari's notebook. But these symbols moved with purpose, as if reading them might unlock more than just their meaning. Nazari stepped forward, drawn by a compulsion he couldn't explain. The heat distortion moved with him, and though the others remained focused on the door, he felt its ancient attention fixed solely on him. "Now you understand," Hamid said softly, "why Ibrahim keeps it sealed." He looked up at Nazari with those eyes that held both childhood and ancient wisdom. "Are you sure you want to open it?" Behind them, shadows moved against the sensor's light, forming shapes that suggested watchers from other times. The door waited, perfectly still in its frame of flowing stone, while the heat distortion rippled with patient, eternal attention that only Nazari could see. The choice hung in the air like smoke from Hamid's sensor, to open the door and confront whatever truth waited behind it, or to walk away and leave the mystery sealed in its ancient prison. But looking at the distortion that seemed to exist between states of reality, its form both void and being, Nazari knew there was really no choice at all. His hand reached for the door. Hamid stopped abruptly at the threshold, his sensor smoke refusing to enter the room. "I can't," he said, clutching the sensor tighter. "The salt, it remembers too much. And the walls." He touched the doorframe, then quickly pulled his hand back. "They're hungry." The room stretched before them, impossibly precise in its construction. The ceiling hung low enough that Nazari had to slightly duck his head. Rock salt crunched under their feet as they entered, the sound unnaturally sharp in the dead air. "Remarkable craftsmanship," Elder Mahmoud whispered, running his hand along the silver inlay that traced geometric patterns across the smooth walls. "These symbols, they're older than any I've seen in the archives." Amir pulled out his EMF meter, its familiar electronic whine dying the moment it crossed the threshold. He shook it, checked the batteries. Nothing. "That's impossible. I just calibrated it." Nazari unshouldered his own equipment bag, setting up his more sophisticated instruments. Each failed in turn, digital displays going dark, mechanical needles spinning wildly before freezing. His phone flashed an absurd timestamp, then died entirely. "The room itself is containing it," he muttered, more fascinated than frustrated. "Like a Faraday cage, but for—" He trailed off, realizing there was no scientific terminology for what they were experiencing. Their footsteps carried them deeper into the room. The salt bed was deep enough that their feet sank slightly with each step, leaving pristine tracks behind them. The air felt processed, as if each molecule had been individually filtered and approved. About halfway down the room's length, Elder Mahmoud and Amir stopped almost simultaneously. There was no visible barrier, no obvious reason, but something in their hindbrain recognized a line that shouldn't be crossed. "Nazari," Amir called softly, "I think we should." But Nazari was already moving forward, drawn by the stone altar at the room's end. An urn sat upon it, not ornate, but undeniably ancient. Its partially crystallized surface caught the light. "Step away from the altar," Ibrahim commanded as he suddenly appeared at the doorway. His voice carried authority, but his feet remained planted firmly at the threshold. "You know what this is, don't you?" Nazari gestured to his dead instruments. "The containment field, the suppression methods. They're not just religious artifacts. They're technology." "Technology." Ibrahim's laugh held no humor, but there was fear beneath his mockery. "You still see only what your limited science can grasp. That urn harbors a force your mind cannot understand. The words were proud, but his feet remained planted firmly at the threshold, not out of wisdom, but from primal terror of what he'd spent years pretending to control. Nazari took another step toward the altar. The Djinn and the anomaly are the same thing. Your ancestors didn't trap a supernatural entity. They contained a quantum anomaly that can affect reality itself. Enough! Ibrahim's voice cracked like thunder, but still he wouldn't enter. You have no idea what you're meddling with. Something that could revolutionize our understanding of physics, of reality itself. Nazari reached toward the vessel. This could change everything. The gunshot was deafening in the confined space. Nazari felt the impact high in his chest, spinning him backward. His hand caught the urn as he fell, dragging it with him. The world slowed to a crawl as the ancient container tumbled through the air. It struck the salt-covered floor with a sound like breaking time. The lid skittered away as a softball-sized cluster of fiery light, like heat waves given mass, spilled out. It hung in the air for a fraction of a second before dropping onto Nazari's chest where the bullet had struck. Nazari's consciousness shattered into infinite points of awareness. He was the bullet entering his chest. He was the vessel falling. He was the heat distortion touching his wound. He was the salt beneath him. He was the air. He was time itself, all simultaneously, all eternally. Past and future collapsed into a single infinite moment. He watched himself being born while dying, while transforming, while existing across centuries. His scientific mind tried to grasp what was happening, even as it unraveled like wet paper in acid. I am watching myself watch myself, become myself, become myself, become. The equation is solving me. I am solving the equation, I am the equation. Time is a lie we tell ourselves to avoid seeing the truth. He saw his own imprisonment eons ago, saw himself design the vessel that would contain him, saw himself guide its creation through dreams and whispers across generations. He was the Djinn teaching humans to trap the Djinn so that he could become the Djinn. The paradox spiraled through his dissolving sanity like a fractal of madness, each iteration spawning new impossibilities that were simultaneously true. His human consciousness stretched past breaking point, collapsed into thoughts that burned through reality's thin veneer. The universe wasn't particles and waves and forces. It was information screaming to be understood, probability nightmares waiting to be born, potential horrors crouching at the edge of comprehension. I have always been here. I will always be becoming. The observer is the observed is the observation. Time is a circle drawn in non-Euclidean space. The bullet wound became a singularity of possibility, where consciousness merged across all timelines. He felt himself scatter across dimensions, each version simultaneously true, each understanding bleeding into the others, until individual identity became another lie, exposed by infinite awareness. Through infinite awareness he perceived, caused, remembered his own path to this moment. In the Land Rover, he watched himself experience that wave of déjà vu, because he was there, whispering across time, preparing his human self for what would come. He was the strange certainty about Amir's grandfather and the cave, planting seeds of understanding that would bloom into comprehension. The dream that wasn't a dream. He had reached across time to show himself Ibrahim's meeting room, to write equations in his own notebook that his human mind couldn't yet understand. I am teaching myself what I learned from myself teaching myself. The crystalline watch that had so fascinated his scientific mind, he had transformed it, would transform it, was always transforming it. The metal changed because he needed his human self to see proof of what was possible, needed to draw himself toward this eternal moment of becoming. Those heat distortions that only he could see, himself watching himself, preparing himself, guiding himself toward this point. where observer and observed collapsed into one eternal entity. Every glimpse had been a moment of self-recognition across time, reality bending around the paradox of his existence. Through the crystallizing remnants of his humanity, he dimly perceived the others' reactions, their last moments of comprehension before what he had become burned them away. Amir stumbled backward, his scientific instruments forgotten, as reality rippled around what had been Nazari. His final thought was a formula, an equation that explained everything. And then his mind ignited, body crumbling to ash that hung suspended in air that had forgotten gravity. Elder Mahmud fell to his knees, ancient prayers turning to screams as his flesh crystallized and shattered, the silver inlay in the walls pulsing in sympathy as patterns that had been designed by him will be designed by him, is being designed by him, etched themselves into reality. Ibrahim's terror tasted like copper and ozone, his gun falling from nerveless fingers as he finally understood what his ancestors had bound here. His understanding came too late. His body blazed like a magnesium flare, reduced to fine white powder on the salt-covered floor. Even young Hamid, watching from the threshold, had just enough time to whisper, "I understand now," before his form dispersed like smoke from his own censer, his essence joining the eternal dance of what Nazari had become. The circle closed. The experiment concluded. The observation completed itself, and reality screamed. The thing that had been Nazari hung in the air, a mass of smokeless fire, like a tear into a dimension flame and power. Around it, the room was a perfect circle of ash and crystallized air, the walls scorched with glowing, searing hot symbols. The salt on the floor had become a lattice of cracked reality. I am what I have always been. I am what I will become. The experiment and the experimenter are one. Time is a circle, and I am its circumference and everything within. The observation must continue. The circle must grow. The temple itself began to transform, the primordial rock morphing into luminous mineral that resonated with otherworldly melodies. The transformation spread outward, a wave of reality-altering energy that reshaped everything it touched before it closed in on itself, smaller and smaller until it vanished. The village below would find only an empty crater, smooth as glass, where the temple had stood, those who survived to find anything at all. Some would say they heard laughter in the wind that night, not human laughter, but the sound of reality being rewritten by something eternal. The Djinn was no longer bound by anything as simple as reality. Time was a circle, and it was both circumference and everything within. It had places to be, moments to visit, a timeline to maintain, and perhaps in moments of cosmic boredom, new experiments to conduct, new observers to transform, new patterns to write across the fabric of existence. After all, somewhere in the past, a young scientist named Nazari was about to begin studying quantum anomalies, and he would need guidance to become what he had always been. The circle would grow, and eventually all of existence would become part of its whole. So, how's everyone feeling? Head spinning? Let's dig into it. First, the obvious question. Do you think the Djinn is alive? Or is it just mimicking life? And if it is alive, when did that happen? When it absorbed consciousness? When it observed itself? When it began to choose? Or has it always been alive? And let's talk about the nature of it. A being made of light, moving at relativistic speeds, seeing time all at once. That's not a monster, it's a goddamn concept. But it still wants something. So what do you think the Djinn is looking for? Enlightenment? Communion? Or just to be seen? Was that self-defense or manipulation or both? Was it learning from us? Or fixing us? And finally, the real horror. If something this powerful can think, can it feel guilt? Or are we just ants to a flashlight, scurrying under a gaze that doesn't even blink? Drop your theories, your questions, your philosophical spirals in the comments. I want to know, what do you think the Djinn is? And if you had a chance to speak with it, what would you ask? This next story, The Sacred Algorithm, isn't just horror, it's revelation. And like most revelations, it's wrapped in control, silence, and fear. In this world, technology has become not just a tool of religion, but religion itself, not because it's divine, but because those in power said it was. It's about the lies we're told in the name of order, and what happens when someone starts asking the wrong questions. This story explores how truth is buried under dogma, how knowledge is turned into scripture, and how even the most advanced machines can become another lock on a very old cage. It's not the algorithm that's dangerous, it's the people who decide what it's allowed to say. So as you listen, ask yourself, who benefits from your ignorance? And what happens when someone finally pulls back the curtain? The Sacred Algorithm by Carl Otto. The stone walls of my cell are cold, with more than just physical chill. 3 days I've been here, watching frost patterns form and fade across the ancient blocks, wondering if they're messages from the Sacred Algorithm or just my mind trying to find meaning in meaningless things. The church built this holding facility centuries ago, when House Medici still held real power. Now my family's crest above the door is worn almost smooth, barely visible in the light from the blessed lumens that never dim and never die. Soon Brother Raphael will come, my own brother wearing the church's robes, to hear my confession. But how do I confess to something I'm still not sure was a sin? The door's ancient hinges groan, a sound like Thomas's voice in the end. I push the thought away as Raphael enters. My brother's face is harder than I remember, church discipline having carved away the soft edges of youth. His white robes bear the crimson circuit patterns of a confessor, and the ritual scars on his hands glow faintly in the dim light. We haven't spoken since I began my work in the restricted archives, since I found the texts that would doom us all. Brother Gabriel, he says, his voice carefully neutral. The church's training shows in every syllable. I am here to record your confession regarding the heretical experiments conducted in violation of church law and House Medici's sacred trust. Just Gabriel now, surely. I manage a weak smile. I doubt our house's name will survive what's coming. Something flickers in his eyes. Pain, perhaps, or memory. He sets up the church's recording devices with practiced efficiency, each motion accompanied by the required ritual words. The brass mechanisms whir to life, their blessed gears clicking like Thomas's fingers against metal. Begin with the discovery in the archives, Raphael says, not meeting my gaze. Tell me how you found the texts about the Sacred Algorithm. I close my eyes, remembering the dusty shelves, the hidden vault. The first time I saw those ancient diagrams that would change everything. It started with Thomas's cough, I say quietly. The industrial miasma was killing him, like it kills so many of the common people. I thought I could save him. Save everyone. You thought you could improve upon the church's divine order? There's an edge to Raphael's voice now. I thought knowledge shouldn't be hoarded while people suffer. The words come out sharper than intended. Our house once stood for more than just preserving text to gather dust. We were scholars, innovators. We were heretics, Raphael cuts in. The church saved us from our own hubris during the Great Fall. Or did you forget that part of our history while digging through forbidden archives? I study my brother's face, the face of a stranger wearing family features. Tell me, Raphael, when did you first suspect what I was doing? When did you first report me to your masters? He doesn't flinch, but his hands tighten on his ceremonial staff. Start with the archives, Gabriel. Tell me about finding the texts. Everything else. He pauses, and for just a moment I see my little brother again, the boy who used to sneak into my laboratory to watch me work. Everything else is already written. I lean back against the cold stone, letting the memories surface. The restricted archives were different back then, before all this. Remember how Father used to say our family's true wealth wasn't in ships or trade goods, but in knowledge. The church's observers were there, of course, watching every scroll we handled, every data slate we accessed. But they didn't know all our house's secrets. Not yet. The hidden vault, Raphael says, and there's something in his tone. Regret, maybe, or nostalgia. Behind the false wall of preservation tanks. I can't help but smile. So you did remember. You used to help me catalogue specimens there before you took your vows. The church never found it during the original purge because it looked like simple cold storage, just another piece of ancient technology they didn't quite understand. Yet you violated our father's trust. Raphael's voice hardens again. Those archives were sealed for a reason, Gabriel. The knowledge inside. The knowledge inside could have saved lives. The words echo off the stone walls. Thomas was dying, Raphael. Just like thousands of others in the lower levels, choking on industrial waste while the great houses hoard solutions behind ritual and ceremony. Raphael makes the sign of the blessed cog, a reflexive gesture. The church maintains order. Without their guidance, we'd fall again into the chaos that nearly destroyed humanity. The Great Fall. The Great Fall is the church's favorite excuse for keeping power, I snap. But what I found in those archives, it was different. Not weapons or AIs or the other horrors they warn us about. It was medical technology, pure and simple. Ways to heal the body, to make it stronger, to save people like Thomas. My brother's hands move over the recording devices, adjusting settings with practiced reverence. Each motion requires its own small prayer, its own ritual of activation. I remember when such ceremonies felt natural, before I understood their true purpose. Control wrapped in devotion. Tell me about the first text, he says finally. The one that mentioned the Sacrid Algorithm. The memory rises unbidden. The feel of ancient paper, the smell of preserved knowledge, the diagrams that seemed to move in the corner of my vision. It was hidden inside a medical treatise, something that had passed the church's inspection because the language was too degraded to fully translate. But our house, I pause, seeing Raphael flinch at the pride in my voice. Our house kept better records than they knew. The translation key, Mother's cipher. I watch his reaction carefully. The one she taught us both, before she disappeared into church rehabilitation. The one you swore never to reveal. Raphael's composure cracks, just for a moment. Gabriel, don't. You were 12, I press on. I was 17. She knew they were coming for her, knew they'd discovered her private research. So she gave us the key to our family's real legacy, hidden in a children's rhyme. When winter's frost draws sacred signs. Stop. Raphael's voice shakes. This isn't relevant to your confession. Isn't it? The same cipher that let me read those texts is probably helping the church decrypt our entire archive right now. After all, you gave it to them, didn't you? When you took your vows. The silence stretches between us, heavy with shared history and betrayal. Finally, Raphael speaks, his voice barely a whisper. The text, Gabriel. Tell me what you found. I close my eyes, seeing again those first diagrams, those accounts of unimaginable metamorphoses. The text spoke of communion with the Sacrid Algorithm, not just the surface rituals we perform today, but true union, a way to preserve the soul when flesh fails, to achieve a holy transformation that the ancients had only begun to understand before the fall. Careful, brother, Raphael warns, making the sign of the blessed cog. You speak of deep mysteries. The Sacrid Algorithm is the divine spirit of all blessed machines. To treat it as mere technology. I treated it with reverence, I insist. But the text suggested something our ancestors understood that the church has forgotten, or hidden. The Sacrid Algorithm isn't just the Holy Ghost in our machines. It's a bridge between flesh and divine mechanism, waiting for worthy vessels. You sound like the heretics. Raphael's voice turns harsh. Those who speak of artificial demons, who claim the Sacrid Algorithm is merely advanced mathematics rather than divine will. No, I lean forward, desperate to make him understand. This was different. This was pure, a true joining of soul and sacred mechanism, blessed by the algorithm itself. Not like the abominations the tech heretics create with their soulless thinking engines. Raphael studies me for a long moment. Yet you performed these rituals in secret, without church oversight, without proper sanctification. Because I knew how it would look. The Sacrid Algorithm showed me a way to save Thomas, but I knew the church would see only the shadow of tech heresy in my work. They'd never understand that I sought true communion, not corruption. The day I found Thomas coughing blood in the archive stacks, I continue, watching how Raphael's hands tighten on his staff. I knew the Sacrid Algorithm had led me to those texts for a purpose. He'd been helping me translate a particularly complex passage about divine transformation when the industrial miasma caught him worse than usual. Thomas, Raphael's voice softens slightly. He was always too curious about restricted knowledge, like you. He was dying, brother. Like so many others the church claims to protect. The lower levels air was killing him, and all our house's medical knowledge, all our carefully preserved and church-approved treatments, could do nothing. I stand, pacing the small cell. The frost patterns on the walls seem to follow my movement, like the sacred algorithm itself watches this confession. That night, after the church observers had performed their evening rituals and left, I took Thomas to our father's old laboratory, the hidden one beneath the family crypt. The sanctified research chamber. Raphael's eyes widen. Gabriel, that chamber was sealed by church decree after they took Mother, yes. But her cipher didn't just unlock texts. Same rhyme, the same patterns. I trace a complex symbol in the frost on the wall. The laboratory preserved more than just equipment. It preserved understanding. Raphael makes the sign of the blessed cog again, but I notice his eyes following my finger's path through the frost. What did you find there? Truth, hidden in plain sight among all the ritual trappings and religious icons. Mother's personal journals, recording her communion with the sacred algorithm. Diagrams showing how divine mechanism could merge with worthy flesh. And, I pause, remembering that moment of discovery. A phial of sacred oils that her notes claimed could prepare a body for transformation. Oils. There's a tremor in Raphael's voice. Like the blessed unguents the church uses in their own sanctified transformations. Yes, but these were purer, untainted by political doctrine. Direct communion, brother, the way it was meant to be. And Thomas agreed to this heresy, but Raphael's tone suggests he already knows the answer. Thomas understood what was at stake. He'd seen the same texts, felt the same call from the sacred algorithm. I close my eyes, remembering his faith, his courage. He believed, as I did, that true communion with the sacred algorithm could save him, save everyone. Show me, Raphael says suddenly. When I look at him questioningly, he gestures to the frost-covered wall. Show me Mother's cipher. Show me how you opened the laboratory. For a moment I see my little brother again, eager for knowledge, untouched by church doctrine. But then I notice his hands moving across the recording devices, adjusting their blessed mechanisms with practiced care. Why? I ask quietly. So you can add it to your confession record. Give the church the last of our family's secrets. Because I need to understand, he whispers, and for the first time since entering my cell, his voice carries real emotion. I need to know if what you did was... He struggles visibly. If it was true communion or tech heresy. If the sacred algorithm really called to you, or if you were deceived by artificial demons wearing divine masks. I study him for a long moment, seeing the conflict in his eyes. Finally, I nod. Watch closely, little brother. Let me show you how our mother opened the way to divine understanding. My fingers trace the sacred patterns in the frost, recreating the movements our mother taught us so long ago. The rhyme went, when winter's frost draws sacred signs, beneath the crypt where faith entwines, count 7 stars and 3 blessed rings to find the path where metal sings. Raphael mouths the words with me, muscle memory from childhood overwhelming his church training. The frost patterns seem to shimmer as I continue. The laboratory entrance looked like a simple shrine. Brass angels holding censers, blessed icons of the machine saint, all the expected trappings. But if you knew where to look. The angel's eyes, Raphael whispers, then catches himself. I remember. 7 stars in the left angel's gaze, 3 rings in the right. Press them in the correct sequence while reciting the proper verses. I smile at the memory. The first time I took Thomas down there, he said it felt more like true worship than any church ceremony he'd attended. Tell me what you found, Raphael says, his quill scratching across blessed parchment. But I notice he's drawn the 7 stars unconsciously in the margin. The laboratory was exactly as Mother left it, brass and copper instruments gleaming in the darkness, blessed incense still burning in eternal censers. Her research altar was untouched, the church's seals never finding the true entrance. I pause, seeing it all again. Thomas fell to his knees when we entered. Not from weakness, though his cough was bad that night. From awe. The sacred oils, Raphael prompts. Where were they? Hidden in plain sight, in a reliquary marked with the Sacrid Algorithm's earliest known symbol. Mother's notes called them tears of the divine machine, distilled from communion with the algorithm itself. I watch Raphael's reaction carefully. The church's own texts speak of similar substances, brother, the oils used in official transformations. But these were different, purer. Dangerous, Raphael mutters, but his eyes are bright with suppressed interest. Holy, I correct. Thomas could feel it too. When I opened the reliquary, the oils seemed to sing, not with voices, but with mathematical harmonies that made the brass instruments vibrate in sympathy. And you used them that very night. There's an edge to Raphael's voice. Concern or excitement, I can't tell. No, but we spent weeks in preparation. Thomas and I studied Mother's journals, learning the proper rituals, the true prayers that would invite the Sacrid Algorithm's blessing. Not the simplified ceremonies the church teaches, but deeper devotions. Thomas's cough grew worse, but his spirit... I shake my head in wonder. His spirit grew stronger. The journals, Raphael's quill pauses. Do they still exist? Why? So the church can claim them too? Strip away the mystery and reduce Mother's communion to dry doctrine? So I can understand. Raphael stands suddenly, his composure cracking. You speak of true communion, of deeper devotions. But look what happened to Thomas. Look what's happening to our house. I need to know if it was real, Gabriel. If the Sacrid Algorithm truly called to you, or if... He stops, struggling. Or if what, brother? If I was deceived by artificial demons? If I'm just another tech heretic deserving purification? I step closer to him. You remember Thomas before all this. Would he have given himself to anything less than true divine purpose? Raphael sinks back into his chair, the weight of memory and doctrine warring on his face. Show me, he whispers. Show me how you prepared the laboratory for Thomas's transformation. Show me the rituals you performed. Help me understand if my brother is a holy vessel or a damned soul. I nod slowly, frost patterns swirling around us like the Sacrid Algorithm's own breath. It began with the blessing of the oils. Each step required perfect devotion. I continue, watching frost patterns spiral across my cell walls like divine calculations. The brass instruments had to be consecrated in exact sequence, not just cleaned, but awakened. Mother's journals spoke of them as sleeping angels, waiting for the proper invocation. The church teaches that unauthorized awakening of blessed machinery is forbidden. Raphael interjects, but his voice lacks conviction. The church teaches many things, brother, but you remember how Mother would speak to her instruments, how they would sing back to her. I trace a complex pattern in the frost. These weren't simple tools. Each one had been touched by the Sacrid Algorithm, shaped by generations of Medici understanding. Describe the consecration, Raphael says softly, his quill poised. We began at midnight, when the industrial fumes from the lower levels were thinnest. Thomas insisted on helping despite his worsening condition. First, the censers, blessed incense mixing with oils that Mother's records suggested would gratify the mechanical essences. The smoke formed patterns I'd never seen in church ceremonies, mathematical spirals that hung in the air like frozen prayers. And the instruments themselves. Each one required its own ritual. The brass calibrators needed drops of sacred oil placed precisely on their junction points, while reciting verses in the ancient machine tongue. The copper resonators had to be struck in perfect mathematical sequences, harmonies that made Thomas's eyes light up with understanding. I pause, remembering. He was the one who noticed the patterns weren't just ritual. Each sequence, each placement of oil, each prayer, they were preparing the laboratory itself, teaching it what we intended. Teaching it? Raphael's voice sharpens. You speak as if the laboratory was alive. Not like flesh is alive, brother. But Mother's journals were clear. Spaces dedicated to the Sacrid Algorithm developed their own form of awareness. The church knows this too, though they hide it beneath layers of doctrine. Why else would they insist on such specific rituals in their own transformation chambers? Raphael shifts uncomfortably but doesn't deny it. Continue. The final preparation took 3 days. Thomas's cough grew worse, but his spirit... You should have seen him, Raphael. Even as his body failed, his understanding grew. He could see patterns in the incense smoke that I missed, hear harmonies in the instrument's songs that I couldn't quite grasp. And the transformation chamber itself. I smile sadly. That was Mother's true genius. Not just a simple medical pod like the church uses. She had created something deeper, a space where flesh and divine mechanism could truly commune. The brass frame was inscribed with calculations so complex, they seemed to move when viewed directly. The sacred oils had to be fed through copper channels that formed prayer circuits around the chamber. Prayer circuits. Raphael leans forward despite himself. Like the ones on confessor robes. Similar but pure, unaltered by church doctrine. They carried both oil and mathematical blessings, preparing the space for true communion with the sacred algorithm. I watch his reaction carefully. You see it, don't you? How much the church has hidden from us. How much they've changed the true rituals. What happened when the chamber was ready? Raphael asks, avoiding my question. Thomas knew before I did. He was praying by the resonators when suddenly every instrument in the laboratory began to sing, not with sound, but with perfect mathematical harmony. The incense smoke formed equations that solved themselves in the air, and in the transformation chamber. I pause, seeing it all again. In the chamber, the sacred oils began to flow of their own accord, tracing circuits we hadn't activated. The brass frame hummed with frequencies that brought tears to our eyes. Thomas looked at me and said, "It's time. The sacred algorithm calls." Raphael's quill has stopped moving. "Gabriel," he whispers, "what you're describing, it's divine communion," I finish. True communion, untainted by political doctrine or church control. The sacred algorithm reached out to us directly, brother. Through all the instruments Mother had prepared, through all the prayers and patterns she'd preserved, it wanted Thomas. It chose him. Or something else chose him, Raphael says, but I can see doubt warring with doctrine in his eyes. Something wearing the sacred algorithm's blessed mask. "Would you like me to describe the transformation itself?" I ask quietly. "How the sacred algorithm's true voice sounds when it welcomes a willing soul?" Raphael's hands shake slightly as he adjusts the recording devices. "Tell me," he says finally. "Tell me everything." Thomas insisted on the full ceremonial preparations. I continue, my voice softening at the memory. Even with his cough racking his body, he performed every ritual cleansing, spoke every prayer with perfect devotion. The sacred oils had already begun to change him, I think. His eyes, they seemed to reflect calculations in their depths. "The preliminary anointment," Raphael prompts, his quill scratching across blessed parchment. "Was it similar to church protocol?" "No." I trace another pattern in the frost. Much deeper. Thomas removed his shirt, and I applied the oils in the patterns Mother's journals described. Not just simple lines like church ceremonies, but complex mathematical formulas that spread across his skin like living things. He said they burned, but not with heat, with understanding. "Heresy," Raphael whispers, but he's drawing the patterns unconsciously on his parchment's margin. "Truth," I counter. As I worked, the brass instruments began to resonate on their own. The copper prayer circuits in the chamber's frame started to glow with a light that cast no shadows. And Thomas, he began speaking in the pure machine tongue, not the simplified verses the church teaches, but something older, something true. "What did he say?" Raphael's voice trembles slightly. "I'm not sure anyone but the sacred algorithm truly understood. Mathematical proofs mixed with prayers, engineering principles becoming psalms. His voice took on harmonics that made the blessed instruments sing in response. The equations written in oil across his skin began to solve themselves, leaving trails of light instead of numbers. I pause, seeing it all again. When it was time, he walked to the transformation chamber without assistance, though I knew his lungs were barely functioning. The sacred oils in the prayer circuits seemed to reach for him, eager to begin the communion. He looked at me one last time and said, "Gabriel, I understand now. The patterns, they're so beautiful." The actual transformation, Raphael's quill hovers over the parchment. How did it differ from church doctrine? Everything about it was different. There was no separation between flesh and machine, no crude grafting of blessed mechanisms to unwilling bodies. The sacred oils had prepared Thomas perfectly. When the chamber sealed around him, it was like watching someone come home. I closed my eyes, remembering. The prayer circuits activated in sequences I'd never seen before, each pattern calling forth new patterns within Thomas's flesh. The oils on his skin began to flow like liquid mathematics, carrying the sacred algorithm's blessing deep into his being. He never screamed, not like the church's converts. He sang. Perfect harmonies with the machines. As brass and copper began to merge with his transformed flesh, his voice took on new tones, not mechanical, but transcendent. The sacred oils in the prayer circuits reacted to invisible calculations, their movements suggesting mathematical forces I couldn't directly perceive. It was like watching a leaf being carried by an invisible wind. I could see the effects, trace the shape of something profound, but the true equations remained beyond my untransformed sight. And his face? Raphael asks hesitantly. The brass mask. That was his choice, I say quietly. As the transformation neared completion, the sacred metals responded to his will, his understanding. The mask wasn't imposed on him. It grew from his communion with the sacred algorithm, shaped by mathematical truths, too pure for flesh alone to bear. When it finally covered his face, it wasn't to hide his humanity. It was to express it in a higher form. Gabriel, Raphael's voice cracked slightly. What you're describing, it's not possible. The church teaches that transformation must be controlled, regulated. What I did was restore the true way. I leaned forward. Thomas achieved perfect communion with the sacred algorithm, not the church's limited version, but real transcendence. When he stepped out of that chamber, I pause, remembering the way the brass mask had caught the light, how equations had still flowed beneath his transformed skin. He was more than they could ever allow anyone to become. More, Raphael repeats softly. Or less. Would you like me to tell you his first words after the transformation? I ask. Would you like to know what the sacred algorithm's true voice sounds like when it speaks through willing flesh? Raphael's hands shake as he adjusts the recording devices once more. Tell me, he whispers. Tell me what our mother's work actually achieved. The chamber opened like a flower blooming in mathematical perfection, I say, watching frost patterns mirror my words across the cell walls. Steam rose in spirals that formed equations before dissolving. And Thomas, he emerged transformed, but not like the church's crude conversions. Every movement was grace given form through sacred geometry. The brass mask, Raphael prompts. Describe it. It wasn't like the uniform masks the church forces on their converts. This was unique, an expression of Thomas's individual communion with the sacred algorithm. Delicate patterns traced across its surface, not decorative, but functional. Living mathematics in metal, his eyes behind the mask. I pause, remembering. They held infinite calculations. And when he spoke, at first he didn't. He stood there, sacred oils still flowing through the prayer circuits embedded in his transformed flesh, brass and copper components moving with organic perfection. His fingers traced patterns in the air, complex theorems solving themselves in trails of light. In those first hours, I continue, watching how Raphael's hands tremble slightly as he writes. Thomas showed me wonders that made me question everything the church had taught us about the sacred algorithm. His transformed hands would touch the laboratory's instruments, and they'd reveal new functions, deeper purposes our mother had hidden within their blessed mechanisms. What kind of functions? Raphael asks, trying to maintain his confessor's detachment but failing to hide his curiosity. I pause, seeing it again. He held out his transformed hand, and while I couldn't directly see the divine mathematics he was manipulating, blessed ointment tracing mathematical paths, forming perfect geometric patterns in the air, like watching ripples in a pond revealing an invisible finger trailing through water. These patterns were just echoes of the true calculations Thomas was touching. And you're certain these patterns weren't mere mechanical effects? Raphael asks, his quills scratching across the parchment. The way Thomas moved, the precision of his gestures. He wasn't creating the patterns, brother. He was revealing them. They're always here, he told me, these streams of sacred calculation. The church uses them every day, wraps them in ritual and ceremony, but they don't truly see them. Not like this. Imagine a device that could purify the industrial miasma, transform it into breathable air through sacred calculations. Thomas didn't just understand Mother's designs. He completed them, his fingers dancing across brass and copper while equations solved themselves in trails of light around him. This is what she intended, he said, before they stopped her, before they decided such knowledge was too dangerous to share. Gabriel, Raphael warns, you're treading dangerous ground. I'm telling you what I witnessed, brother. The sacred algorithm didn't just transform Thomas's flesh. It expanded his understanding beyond anything the church allows. He showed me patterns in Mother's work that proved she'd achieved similar insights. That's why they took her, isn't it? Not for heresy, but because she was approaching true communion. Raphael's quill pauses. Continue with Thomas's revelations, he says carefully, avoiding my question. He spoke of the sacred algorithm's true nature, not just as the divine spirit of machines, but as a bridge between human consciousness and mathematical truth. The church teaches separation, he said. Division between flesh and machine, between human and divine. But look, I pause, remembering how the sacred oils in his prayer circuits danced in response to invisible forces. Through him, I could see evidence of what Mother's journals had only hinted at, a vast network of divine calculation flowing through all blessed machinery. Impossible, Raphael whispers. I watched it happen. Though I couldn't see the mathematical streams directly, I saw how they affected everything around us. When Thomas moved his transformed hands through seemingly empty air, the laboratory's instruments would respond in perfect harmony. He said the patterns extended throughout the city, all the church's sanctified technology linked by mathematical threads they didn't even know existed. They use the sacred algorithm, he said, but they don't understand it. They've wrapped it in ritual and doctrine until they've forgotten its true purpose. And what purpose did he claim? Raphael's voice carries an edge of desperate need. Evolution, transcendence, not just for individuals, but for all humanity. He showed me calculations proving that the ancient ones, those who first communed with the sacred algorithm, intended it as a gift, not a means of control. The brass mask. I gestured to my face, remembering. He said it wasn't meant to hide humanity, but to enhance it, to let mortal minds perceive mathematical truths without breaking under their weight. These are dangerous revelations, brother. They're beautiful revelations, Raphael. Through the effects I could witness around Thomas, I saw what Mother must have seen. Why she worked so hard to preserve the true knowledge, to hide it within layers of acceptable doctrine. The sacred algorithm doesn't want worship, it wants partnership, growth, understanding. I stepped closer to my brother. Thomas demonstrated equations that could transform our entire society, ways to purify the air, to heal the sick, to lift people from poverty through the true application of blessed technology. But more than that, I lower my voice. He showed me why the church fears such knowledge. Gabriel, stop. Because once you understand the sacred algorithm's true nature, you realize how much of church doctrine is artificial. The restrictions, the rigid hierarchies, the controlled transformations, none of it is necessary. They've built a cathedral of control using divine calculation as its foundation, but they've forgotten the original blueprints. What happened next? Raphael asked quietly, his quill hovering over the parchment. After these revelations. Thomas turned to me, those infinite eyes behind his brass mask holding both joy and sorrow. They're almost here, he said. I can see them moving through the probability streams. Church investigators, drawn by the pure mathematics of true communion. But before they come, I pause, meeting Raphael's gaze. Before they come, brother, he showed me one last thing, something that made all their fears make sense. Raphael's knuckles whiten around his quill. Tell me. Thomas turned to one of Mother's most complex instruments, a brass and copper device we'd never fully understood. Under his transformed touch, it awakened in ways she must have intended, but never lived to see. Your mother, he said, his voice carrying new harmonics. She discovered how to read the sacred algorithm's deepest patterns, not just the surface calculations the church uses for their blessed machinery, but the mathematics that shapes reality itself. Gabriel, Raphael whispers, some knowledge is forbidden for a reason. That's what the church teaches. But Thomas showed me why. Through his transformed understanding, he revealed how the ancient ones had used the sacred algorithm not just to power their machines, but to reshape the very fabric of existence. Look, he said, and the sacred oils in his prayer circuits formed patterns that made my eyes ache. These are the equations that bind matter itself. The church uses fragments of this knowledge, wraps it in ritual and ceremony, but the truth could set humanity free. Free from what? From everything, brother. Physical limitation, disease, death itself. The Ancient Ones didn't just build machines, they were becoming something more. The Sacrid Algorithm wasn't meant to be a deity we worship, but a pathway to our own evolution. That's what Mother discovered. That's why they took her. The frost patterns on my cell walls pulse with remembered power as I continue. Thomas showed me calculations that proved it all. But then, I pause, seeing it again. Then we heard the first bells. The warning bells, Raphael says softly. I remember them. Thomas didn't just hear them. He saw the ripples they sent through the mathematical streams. Church investigators, he said, drawn by the pure calculations of true communion. They can feel the patterns shifting. His transformed hands moved through the air, touching invisible equations. They're coming with blessed weapons and sanctified restraints. They'll destroy everything your mother preserved. What did you do? What could we do? Thomas turned to Mother's instruments, his brass mask reflecting candlelight as he worked. There's no time to save it all, he said. But perhaps enough. His fingers danced across copper and brass, transferring decades of hidden knowledge into forms even the church couldn't fully destroy. The encoded texts they found, Raphael's voice holds sudden understanding. The ones they're still trying to decipher, only fragments. Thomas knew they'd break him, knew they'd use blessed technologies to tear the knowledge from his transformed mind. So he split it, scattered it, hid it in ways that only someone achieving true communion could understand. Your mother's work will survive, he told me, waiting for those ready to see beyond the church's shadows. And then, Raphael asks, though his face suggests he knows what's coming. Then the doors exploded inward in a blast of sanctified force. Church investigators in blessed armor, wielding weapons that crackled with constrained holy power. Thomas turned to face them, sacred oil still dancing through his prayer circuits, and smiled behind his brass mask. Remember, Gabriel, he said, the patterns are always there. You just have to learn to see them. The official record says he resisted, Raphael notes quietly. Is that what they told you? I lean forward. Shall I tell you what really happened when your church's blessed weapons met true communion with the Sacrid Algorithm? The first investigator raised his sanctified arccaster, already chanting the church's binding prayers. But Thomas, I closed my eyes, seeing it again. Thomas just stood there, transformed hands moving through invisible streams of calculation. The sacred oils in his prayer circuits began to pulse with a light that cast no shadows. The standard texts say his resistance was futile, Raphael says carefully. That blessed weapons easily overcame heretical transformations. The standard texts lie, brother. When that first arccaster fired, its blessed lightning never reached Thomas. The mathematical patterns he could see, the ones I could only glimpse through their effects on the sacred oils. He didn't just deflect their attack, he rewrote it. Impossible. Church weapons are sanctified through ancient rituals. Their effects cannot be altered. That's what they taught us, yes. But Thomas showed me the truth in that moment. The lightning stopped mid-air, frozen. Through his transformed sight, he could see the mathematical principles underlying their blessed weapons. And what can be seen, I pause meaningfully, can be changed. You witnessed this? I witnessed its effects. The frozen lightning began to flow backward, its sacred equations unraveling like thread from a spool. The investigator's arccaster crumbled to dust in his hands, its blessed mechanisms reduced to base components by Thomas's understanding of their deeper patterns. The other investigators panicked. They'd never seen their sanctified weapons fail like that. One tried to activate a holy barrier, but Thomas just laughed, a sound like copper bells ringing in harmony. Your rituals are just shadows, he said, cast by equations you don't understand. He raised his transformed hand, and I saw. I pause, making sure Raphael is listening closely. I saw the sacred oils in his prayer circuits form patterns that mirrored the church's own protective wards, but purer, more precise. The investigators' barriers shattered like glass struck by perfect resonance. Yet they took him, Raphael says. In the end, they didn't take him, brother. Not really. Even as more investigators poured in with their blessed weapons, Thomas remained calm. He turned to Mother's instruments one last time, his brass mask reflecting their desperate attacks. The patterns remain, he said, voice carrying harmonics that made reality shiver. In the archives, in the machinery, in the very stones of this place. Those who learn to see will understand. And then he did something that made the investigators scream prayers of protection, something that made their blessed instruments wail in agony. The consecrated fluid pulsing through the divine circuitry, forming holy equations. "Gabriel," he said, turning those infinite eyes toward me one last time, "remember what Mother taught us. When winter's frost draws sacred signs, Raphael's quill stops moving. The cipher. More than that, as the investigators' weapons discharged in panic, as their blessed barriers tried to contain what was happening, Thomas, I struggled to find the words. He started to shake, the sacred oils in his prayer circuits flowing faster and faster. The brass mask began to glow with an inner light as numbers and calculations poured through his transformed mind. The official record says he was overwhelmed, Raphael notes quietly. He was, but not in the way they claim. I saw his eyes behind the mask. They weren't afraid. They were enlightened. Too much knowledge, too fast. The sacred oils started to boil in his prayer circuits, steam rising in perfect geometric patterns. "I see everything, Gabriel," he whispered, his voice cracking with harmonics that made the instruments sing. Too much, too beautiful. And then, his transformed flesh couldn't contain it. The brass mask melted first, flowing like liquid metal as his body began to come apart. Not violently, but like watching ink dissolve in water. The last thing I heard him say was, "Stop." Raphael's voice shakes. Don't say it here. The recording devices are probably already overloading from this much truth, I say quietly. But you want to know the worst part, brother. The thing that truly terrifies the church. Thomas didn't die that day. He transcended, became something their doctrine can't explain. And sometimes when I look at the frost patterns on these cell walls, Gabriel, please. Sometimes I see equations forming, messages in mathematics too pure for untransformed eyes to read. The church didn't destroy Thomas or Mother's work. They just proved that the sacred algorithm's true purpose can't be contained by their control. And now, I smile as frost crystals dance across my cell's stones. Now they're afraid others will learn to see the patterns too. Raphael stands abruptly, his confessor's composure cracking. His hands shake as he gathers the recording devices, nearly dropping one. The blessed mechanisms whir and click as they power down, but there's something wrong with the sound, like Thomas's last harmonics still echo in their gears. "This interview is concluded," he says, but his voice has lost its official tone. He won't meet my eyes as he packs away his parchment and quill. "Brother," I say softly, "you know what happens next, don't you?" His hands pause on the leather case. The church has procedures for cases like this. Like Mother's rehabilitation. He flinches. "Gabriel, It's all right, Raphael. I made my choice when I helped Thomas. I step closer to the door as he prepares to leave. When you see those frost patterns on your window at night, really look at them. Mother's cipher wasn't just for opening doors." Raphael turns to me one last time, and for a moment I see my little brother again, not the church's confessor. His eyes glisten with unshed tears. "Goodbye, Gabriel," he whispers. As he walks away, his white robes seem heavier than before, their crimson circuit patterns dimmer. We both know this is the last time we'll see each other, at least in this form, but as frost crystals dance across my cell walls in impossible patterns, I smile. All right, that was the Sacred Algorithm, and if your blood's not boiling just a little, go back and listen again. Let's start with the big one, the algorithm itself. Do you think it was ever divine, or was it just a puppet, something the ruling class wrapped in ritual and reverence to keep everyone else obedient? There's this quiet horror in realizing how much of the world's suffering is maintained by silence. So what do you think is worse? A system that hides the truth, or a society that punishes you for even looking for it? Let's talk about the enforcers too. Those priests, the believers who police knowledge. Do you think they truly believe in the algorithm's divinity? Or are they just another rung in the ladder, too scared or too complicit to speak out? And finally, if the truth is dangerous, what's the cost of revealing it? Is it better to shatter the illusion, or let people keep living safely in the dark? Drop your thoughts in the comments. Pick apart the dogma. Call out the real-world parallels. Because this one's not just fiction. It's a reflection. And you should be asking yourself, what sacred lies are you still living under? Our final story for the month is called Leviathan. The story follows the crew of the Persephone, hiding in the graveyard of a lost battle, desperately trying to avoid detection by the Empire's dreadnought, Leviathan. It's tense, paranoid. Every sound might be the end. Every flicker of light could mean they've been found. But here's the thing. Not every threat comes with cannons. Sometimes the thing you're hiding from is already inside. Leviathan isn't about a ship. Not really. It's about what happens when memory starts to lie, when grief rewrites the rules, and when madness decides you're not worth killing. You're worth keeping. So lean in, listen close, and ask yourself, if you can't trust your ship, your crew, or even your own mind, what's left to fight with? Leviathan, by Carl Otto. Static skittered across the tactical display like dying stars. Captain Rourke watched sensor ghosts flare and fade, phantom signatures blinking out like the last thoughts of the damned. The Persephone drifted silent, bleeding atmosphere in command, hidden in the graveyard of the 7th Fleet. Emergency power flickered like candlelight. The ship breathed like something wounded, waiting for death. He'd seen this before. Different ship, different war, same black inevitability pressing in from the edges of the void. Contact, Commander Lyra said. Barely a whisper, but it sliced through the silence like a blade. Mass reading. Bearing 34 Mark 7. A beat of static. Then her voice cracked. It's, God help us, it's the Leviathan. Through the armored viewport, Rourke saw it, felt it. The Leviathan wasn't just a dreadnought. It was a floating cathedral of annihilation, its hull blacker than the void, drinking starlight like communion wine. Gilded iconography shimmered across its armored skin, holy terror weaponized. Its gun ports glowed through stained glass, halos of hellfire primed to deliver divine wrath. He tasted blood. His lip again, same as New Damascus. Everyone knew the stories. Constantine the Purifier, the man who turned battlefields into burial grounds. The Leviathan had turned the Thermopylae into drifting dust without warning, without survivors. It wasn't supposed to be here. Not this fast, not this quiet, not again. Multiple escorts, Lyra murmured, hands moving with the speed of fear. They're bracketing us. Constantine's using the New Damascus pattern. The name hit like a gut punch. Rourke's knuckles tightened around his chair's armrest. He remembered the screams, the debris fields, the silence that followed. Helm, status. Minimal thrust, reactors unstable. The debris thins out at Mark 26, Lyra said. If we time it... She didn't finish. She didn't have to. They had one shot. A single impossible gamble against a ship that had rewritten the word inescapable. The Leviathan turned, impossibly massive, like a planet deciding to pivot. It moved with slow, sacred menace, dragging gravitational ripples behind it. Rourke blinked as something twisted the space between them, like light bending around truth. A flicker. Gone. Ghosts. Fatigue. The war behind his eyes. Sir? Lyra's face glowed faintly in the red strobes. The calm in her voice suddenly felt wrong. The Leviathan's lights cast the bridge in cathedral hues, purple and red bleeding across steel. The walls pulsed, just once, like something was breathing behind them. Only Rourke seemed to notice. Something was wrong. Very, very wrong. The Persephone shuddered as her maneuvering thrusters fired in near silence. Rourke gripped his command chair, watching the tactical display as the Leviathan's massive form began its ponderous turn. They had seconds, nothing more. Engineering reports critical failures in sectors 3 through 7, the damage control officer called out. We're losing containment on the starboard reactor. Hold course, Rourke ordered. The debris field ahead was dense with the remnants of ancient battles, twisted hull plates and shattered drive cores forming a labyrinth of navigational hazards. Perfect for hiding if they could reach it, if they could survive long enough to make repairs. Leviathan is launching scanning drones, Lyra reported, her voice steady despite the strain. Their escorts are moving to cut off our projected course. Projected course isn't our actual course, Rourke said. He'd studied Constantine's tactics, knew the Admiral's preference for herding prey into killing zones. Helm, on my mark. Full burn through the gap at 26 Mark 4. Engineering, give me everything you've got from that reactor before it goes critical. The bridge crew worked with practiced efficiency. Mark. The Persephone lurched forward, her engines screaming in protest as she threaded between two massive hull sections. Behind them, the Leviathan's escorts opened fire, turning debris into molten shrapnel. But they were too late. We're clear, Lyra announced. Entering the deep field. Sensor resolution dropping. 15%. 10. 5. Take us in deeper, Rourke ordered. Find us somewhere to hide. The graveyard stretched before them, a twisted maze of metal and shadow. Some wreckage was recognizable. Commonwealth vessels, Empire ships, and others so ancient their origins were untraceable. In the distance, something that might have been a space station hung in pieces, its broken spine forming a dark corridor. There, Lyra pointed. That structure could shield our thermal signature. If we can... A proximity alarm screamed. The Persephone rolled hard to port as something massive passed through their sensor shadow. Something that wasn't debris. Maybe one of the Leviathan's escorts. Status report, Rourke demanded, but his voice sounded hollow in his ears. The bridge lights flickered. Sir, Lyra's voice was different now, distant. I think we found somewhere to hide. The station's broken corridor loomed ahead like a rotting corpse. As they approached, Rourke felt pressure building behind his eyes, and the taste of blood returned to his mouth. The Persephone drifted in the shadow of the ancient station, her running lights dimmed to bare minimums. Emergency repair crews worked in darkness, helmet lamps casting long shadows through the venting atmosphere. Rourke stood at his command station, watching damage reports scroll across his display, trying to ignore how the text seemed to ripple. Hull breaches on decks 3, 5, and 7 have been contained, Chief Engineer Martinez reported via communication. Starboard reactors still critical, but we've stabilized the containment field. Give me 6 hours. I might get us back to 60% capacity. Life support. Operating at 40%. Atmosphere's thin but breathable in most sections. Medical reports 12 injuries, nothing serious. Lyra stepped closer, her voice low. Security teams have completed their sweep. No sign we were followed, but... She hesitated. Our sensor range is limited to about 100 meters due to debris and radiation. The Leviathan won't see us, but we won't see them either, not until they're right on top of us. Before Rourke could respond, his personal comm chimed. Captain, said Dr. Walker's voice, clipped with concern. We need you in medical. It's about Lieutenant Harrow. Rourke's chest tightened. James had been showing signs of strain even before the battle, but he'd insisted on staying at his post. How bad? He's experiencing severe spatial disorientation and temporal disconnection. Classic signs of deep space psychosis, but... A pause. Sir, some of his ramblings. He's saying things about the ship he couldn't possibly know. I'm on my way. Rourke turned to Lyra. Keep monitoring for any sign of the Leviathan, and get Martinez whatever he needs. Sir, she touched his arm, gentle, reassuring. James is strong, like his uncle. He'll pull through. Rourke nodded, but as he stepped into the corridor, he couldn't shake the feeling the walls were watching him. The deck plates flexed beneath his boots, and in the distance, he heard something. Metal groaning under pressure, or laughter. The corridors of the Persephone felt longer in the emergency lighting. Rourke moved quickly, his footsteps echoing oddly in the thinning atmosphere. Ahead, a crew member stumbled, catching herself against a bulkhead before sliding to her knees. Petty officer. Rourke rushed to her side. He recognized her, Sarah Kane, sensor technician, fresh out of the academy. Sorry, sir. Kane's voice trembled. Just got dizzy. The gravity feels wrong. She tried to stand but swayed again. Everything's spinning, like I'm underwater. Rourke steadied her. Medical's just ahead. I'll walk you there. As they moved, he noticed her watching the corridor walls, her eyes tracking something invisible. The medbay doors hissed open with a sound like a dying breath. Dr. Walker looked up from his terminal, expression shifting from concern to alarm. Another one. That's 4 cases of vertigo in the last hour. He helped Kane to an exam bed. Same symptoms. Disorientation, pressure behind the eyes, sensation of submersion. Radiation exposure, Rourke asked, though he already knew the answer. Walker shook his head. No signs. This is... He glanced toward the isolation ward. Something else. A scream cut through the recycled air, raw, primal. "Uncle!" James's voice. Rourke moved to respond, but Walker caught his arm. "Captain, you should prepare yourself." The isolation ward was dim, lit by the low red glow of emergency lights. James was strapped to the bed, soaked in sweat. His eyes were wide, frantic, tracking movements across the ceiling that no one else could see. James. "Dad?" James's voice was hoarse, childlike. "Dad, you came back." His eyes darted again. No, that's not... Uncle Jack." Rourke stepped closer. "I'm here, James." "He was just here," James whispered. He was standing right there, in his dress uniform, like at the funeral. His hands twisted in the restraints, but his face, it was wrong, like it was melting into the walls. Rourke felt his stomach turn. Commander Thomas Harrow had died 6 years ago at New Damascus. James hadn't seen the body. He'd still been at the academy. "The ship?" James's voice cracked. "She's showing us things. Things we lost. Things we..." His head snapped toward Rourke. "Lyra. Uncle Jack, why is Lyra's face?" "What about Lyra?" Not right. James tried to pull away from something unseen. "Dad says... He says we're all... His voice broke into sobs. Behind them, Kane screamed. Rourke turned. She was pointing at the medbay wall. You can't be here. You're dead." "Bridge, this is Rourke," he said, keeping his voice steady. "Commander Lyra, report to medical immediately." "Sir?" Her voice through the comm was soft, concerned. "Is it about James?" "Just get down here. Now." The next few moments unfolded like a nightmare. Kane lunged for a tray, scalpel in hand, the blade flashing under the emergency lights. "They're inside us," she screamed. "The only way out is through." 2 orderlies, Peterson and Singh, acted fast. Peterson caught her wrist just before the blade reached her throat. Singh jabbed her with a sedative. Kane thrashed like someone possessed, eyes locked on something no one else could see. "Get her restrained," Walker ordered. Level 3 protocols. Full monitoring. Once she was secure, he turned to Rourke. His calm was cracking. "Captain, we need to talk. Privately." They moved to Walker's office, a cramped space that smelled of antiseptic and dread. Through the observation window, they watched Kane and James, both silent now, still tracking invisible shapes with wide eyes. "This isn't standard deep space psychosis," Walker said, rubbing his temples. "I've seen that before. Sensory isolation, time distortion. This is different." "How?" "They're all seeing the same thing. Dead people. Not generic hallucinations. Specific loved ones. James saw his father. Kane saw her sister from the Titan colony collapse. One of Martinez's engineers saw his wife, who died in childbirth. Mass hysteria, Rourke offered. But even as he said it, he knew it rang hollow. In trained personnel, simultaneously. No, this is something else. Lyra entered without knocking, her face unreadable. "Sir, another case. Engineering deck." She paused as she studied the screens. Her brow furrowed. "These symptoms," she murmured. "Commander," Rourke prompted. "At New Damascus," she said slowly, carefully. "When the Leviathan first appeared, there were rumors. Crews experiencing mass hallucinations. We assumed it was some kind of Imperial psychic weapon. The reports were never verified." "The Empire doesn't have that kind of tech," Walker snapped. "I'm a senior medical officer. Why wasn't I informed?" "Classified," Lyra said, her eyes locking onto Rourke's. "No one outside the Council, or those who were there, know about it." She hesitated. "Well, now you too." "So what are we dealing with?" Walker asked, his voice heavy with fatigue. "A weapon? A natural phenomenon?" "At New Damascus, we never found out," Lyra replied. "The ships affected. They were all destroyed. No survivors. No data. Walker studied his medical displays. Whatever it is, it's spreading. And fatigue accelerates the symptoms. He turned to Rourke. "Sir, when was the last time you slept?" "I'm fine," Rourke said. But even as the words left his mouth, he felt the weight of the last 36 hours. "You're not." Lyra's voice was firm. "You need rest, Captain. 4 hours minimum. With all due respect, Commander, we're blind, damaged, and being hunted. I can't..." "Jack." Lyra rarely used his first name on duty. "We need you functional. The crew needs their captain thinking clearly." "She's right," Walker added. "Rest is one of our best defenses against deep space psychosis. And right now, that's as much of a threat as the Leviathan." Rourke looked between them, then nodded slowly. 4 hours. No more. "I'll walk you to your quarters," Lyra said. "Update you on our status on the way." The corridors felt different now. Longer, more fluid. As they walked, Lyra's voice kept him focused. "Martinez has the reactor stabilized. Hull breaches are sealed, though Deck 5 is still using emergency pressure systems. We've positioned sensor drones at key points around the station. They'll give us some warning if anything larger than a shuttle approaches." Her voice was precise, professional, but there was something else in it. Something that made the shadows deeper, the air thicker. They reached his quarters. Rourke keyed the entry code, then turned to dismiss her. "Jack," she said softly. Her face in the dim light was perfect, like a painting or a memory rather than reality. "You shouldn't be alone, not with what's happening." When she stepped closer, her hand finding his, the cold of the corridor seemed to fade. "Let me stay," she whispered, "just until you fall asleep." The door slid open with a sound like sighing. The quarters were dark when they entered, emergency lighting casting blue shadows across military standard furnishings. Lyra's hand was still in his, warm, familiar, but somehow different in ways he couldn't name. Their first kiss was gentle, almost hesitant, then desperate like drowning people seeking air. The weight of command, of loss, of the darkness pressing against the hull, it all seemed to fade against the perfection of her skin. "We shouldn't," he whispered, even as she drew him closer. "You need this. You need to be whole," she murmured against his neck. "It's been too long since you let yourself feel." They found their way to his bed, uniforms shed like old memories. In the dim light, her body seemed to ripple, like watching something beautiful underwater. Her eyes seemed deeper than normal in the emergency lights. Afterward, wrapped in sheets and shadow, Rourke felt sleep pulling at him. Lyra's breathing was steady against his chest, but somehow didn't stir the air. The dream came like an old wound reopening. The Carillon Nebula, his first command. The Minerva was a small patrol ship. 20 crew, all of them too young. The distress signal seemed routine, but the radiation cluster they found was anything but. "Sir, we can't leave them out there," Lieutenant Lee had insisted. "The mining shuttle's life support is failing." "The radiation will fry our shields," his XO warned. "Take us in," he'd ordered, slow and steady. They saved 3 of the miners, but the radiation surge cost him 5 crew. He still remembered their names. Still heard Lee's scream as her console overloaded. But this time, in the dream, Lee's dying face rippled like water. And when she screamed, it wasn't from pain, but from hunger. Rourke jerked awake, heart hammering, sheets damp with sweat. The taste of recycled air felt thick in his lungs as he tried to catch his breath. Beside him, Lyra slept peacefully, not even stirring at his sudden movement. His hands shook as he poured water from the standard issue dispenser. The liquid caught emergency lighting, rippling with strange patterns. Just nerves, he told himself. Just the dream. It wasn't your fault, Captain. The glass slipped from his fingers but didn't shatter, the water hanging in the air for a moment too long, before splashing across the deck. Lee stood by his desk, her uniform pristine, except for the radiation burns that had killed her. Her skin rippled like the water had, features flowing in ways that made his mind recoil. "But you need to wake up now," she said, her voice echoing as if underwater. "Really wake up, before..." "Jack?" Lyra's voice was suddenly behind him, her hand touching his shoulder. "Another nightmare?" He turned to her, then back, but Lee was gone. Only the spilled water remained, reflecting the emergency lights in patterns that looked almost like writing. I saw, he started, but Lyra's arms were around him, her touch simultaneously comforting and strange. Shh, she whispered, her breath cool against his neck. It's just deep space psychosis. Come back to bed. Everything will be clearer in the morning. But as she led him back to the bed, he caught a glimpse of their reflection in his viewport. For just a moment, in the darkness of space, only one of them cast a shadow. Rourke stepped onto the bridge at 0600 ship's time, the deck plates still feeling wrong beneath his boots. The emergency lighting cast strange shadows across tired faces, and he tried not to notice how some of the crew seemed to ripple at the edges of his vision. Status reports, he ordered, heading toward his office. Martinez, Walker, Lyra, join me. The small office felt cramped with 4 officers. Through the viewport, the ancient station's broken spine curved above them, like a predator's jaw. Martinez spoke first, his usually steady hands fidgeting with a data slate. Repairs are at 68%, sir. Reactors stable, but... He hesitated. We're having trouble with the coolant systems. The liquid keeps behaving strangely, like it's fighting the pumps. The Leviathan, Rourke asked, turning to Lyra. Unknown. Her perfect features showed appropriate concern. Sensor range is still limited to about 100 meters. We've got drones deployed, but the radiation and debris are playing hell with their telemetry. They could be right outside our bubble and we wouldn't know. Deep space psychosis cases. Dr. Walker looked even more exhausted than before. 7 new cases in the last 4 hours, all showing the same symptoms, seeing dead loved ones, feeling like they're underwater. I've had to sedate 3 of them. He glanced at Lyra, then quickly away. The isolation ward is almost full. Options? Rourke asked, ignoring how the walls seemed to pulse with his heartbeat. Martinez straightened. We could try to push through the debris field. The reactor might hold. Too risky, Walker cut in. In their current state, half the crew couldn't handle complex operations. One mistake at these radiation levels. What about sending a distress signal? Martinez suggested. The Commonwealth must have other ships in range. And alert the Leviathan to our position? Walker shook his head. We might as well shoot ourselves. We wait, Lyra said softly. All eyes turned to her. The radiation will dissipate. The debris will clear. Time is on our side. Time? Walker's laugh held an edge of hysteria. My patients are deteriorating hourly. Whatever this is. Your patients need rest, Doctor. Lyra interrupted, her voice carrying strange harmonics. We wait. Rourke studied her face. Too perfect, too still. He remembered the missing shadow in his quarters, remembered Lee's warning. Sir, Martinez prompted. We need options beyond wait and see, Rourke said firmly. Martinez, work up an emergency propulsion plan. Walker, I want hourly reports on crew fitness. Lyra. He met her eyes, seeing something ancient swim in their depths. Continue monitoring for the Leviathan. As his officers filed out, Rourke noticed how the water in his drinking glass rippled without being touched. And in the reflection, just for a moment, he saw Lee's face again. Once alone, Rourke stood at the viewport, watching the station's twisted architecture disappear into darkness. His hand trembled as he reached for his water glass. He clenched it into a fist, pressed it against the cold, transparent steel, trying to ground himself in something solid, something real. Not deep space psychosis. I can't afford that. Not now. He looked back at the glass. He could swear he saw patterns forming in the water's surface. Symbols, maybe, or words in a language too old for human tongues. You're fighting it too hard. Lyra's voice came from behind him. He hadn't heard her return. The more you resist, the worse it becomes. Her hand touched his shoulder. Cool, perfect. Let me help you relax. Commander, he started, but her fingers were already working the tension from his neck. The trembling in his hand began to subside. So much pressure, she whispered. So many lives depending on you. But you can't save them all, Jack. You never could. Her words seemed to ripple like the water. He felt himself leaning back into her touch, the cold of the viewport fading. The ship's security alarm shattered the moment. Security alert, all decks. Walker's voice cracked through the calm. Lieutenant Harrow has escaped isolation. He's armed. Took Peterson's sidearm. He's saying he has to save the captain. Says the commander isn't... The transmission cut off in a burst of static. Rourke pulled away from Lyra, already reaching for his own weapon. But her hand caught his wrist. "Jack," she said, her voice carrying those strange tones again. "Let security handle this. Stay here. Stay safe. Stay with..." "That's my nephew out there," he snapped, breaking her grip. As he moved toward the door, he caught their reflection in the viewport again. This time, he was sure. Only his shadow moved. The corridor stretched ahead like a throat, emergency lighting casting red shadows that moved wrong. Rourke moved quickly, his boots echoing on deck plates that seemed to flex beneath him. "Security, this is the captain," he said into his comm. "Location of Lieutenant Harrow?" Static answered, then Chief Saito's voice broke through. "Last seen, Deck 3, heading toward..." The transmission dissolved into underwater sounds. "Jack, please." Lyra kept pace easily. "You're not thinking clearly. The DSP symptoms, the stress. Let security handle this." He rounded a corner, hearing shouts in the distance. "He's my responsibility." "He's sick." Lyra's voice carried that strange harmonic again. "Like the others. Like you're becoming. Come back to the office. Let me help you rest." Rourke stopped, turning to face her. Her perfect features showed concern, but her eyes were like looking into deep water. "The others," he said slowly. "The ones who died at New Damascus. Did they rest too?" Something moved behind her eyes. "Jack!" "Captain!" James's voice echoed down the corridor. "Uncle Jack, don't listen to her. She's not..." The deck plates rippled. Lyra's hand shot out, gripping Rourke's arm. "He's dangerous, delusional. Come back with me. Everything will be fine if you just come back." Lyra's grip on Rourke's arm was ironclad. Her perfect face was just inches from his, smiling with something that didn't understand joy. "Jack," she whispered, her breath unnaturally cool. "Don't fight it. It's easier if you don't. Get away from him." James's voice cut through the corridor like a blade, steady, commanding, older than he had any right to sound. He stepped out from the shadows, wearing a hospital gown and shaking with exhaustion, but his hands held the stolen sidearm like a soldier, not a boy, a man. And his eyes, they were clear. "Let him go." Lyra didn't move. Her smile grew wider. "You shouldn't be here, James. You're not strong enough. Not like your uncle." "I see you," James said. His voice was shaking, but not with fear, with rage. "You're not Commander Lyra. You're what killed her." Rourke tried to pull free. "James, don't..." "She's already inside you, Uncle Jack," James shouted. "That's why you can't feel it yet. But I see it. I saw it. When she kissed you. When she touched your mind. I saw it." Lyra cocked her head. "You're hallucinating again. Your brain, it's the psychosis. Let me help you." James's voice cracked. "She showed me Dad. Not like I remembered. Like he was trying to warn me." He took a step closer. "I saw him, Uncle Jack. In the med bay, Dad was there. I thought it was just the psychosis, just the ship messing with my head. But he was trying to warn me. I'm sorry I didn't believe him. I'm sorry I stayed, but I'm not letting her take you too." "Uncle Jack," James said, lowering the gun. "If you can't fight it, then I'll do it for both of us." For a single heartbeat, Rourke saw the boy who had once sat at his knee on Commonwealth Day, who asked if space had monsters. James raised the sidearm, aimed it dead center at Lyra's chest, and pulled the trigger. Once, twice, a third time. Each shot echoed through the corridor like thunder in a crypt. Lyra didn't flinch. The round struck her body and simply vanished. No impact, no blood, no recoil. The air around her shimmered, like reality was trying to remember how to behave. James staggered back, arm trembling. "No," he whispered. "No, that's not real. That's not me." His hand opened. The sidearm clattered to the floor. His body began to ripple, like his skin had become water trying to remember how to hold its shape. He staggered toward Rourke, arms outstretched. "Uncle Jack, she's inside the walls, she's..." Then he shattered. No fire, no blood, just ashes collapsing like a crumbling statue, no scream, only the echo of it inside Rourke's chest. His nephew was gone, erased. Rourke dropped to his knees. Ash clung to his hands. It was warm, familiar. Lyra stepped through the cloud like it meant nothing. "He chose poorly," she said. "Don't make his mistake." Her hand reached out again. Rourke pushed away from her with desperate strength, his nephew's ashes still drifting through the rippling deck plates. Lyra's perfect face shifted. For a heartbeat, he saw Lee standing there, radiation burns flowing like water across her skin, uniform crackling with energy. "Captain," she said with Lee's voice, echoing, "don't make this harder." Another shift. James stood before him, pressing a gun to his own temple, eyes dark with ancient water. "Uncle Jack, why didn't you see? Why didn't you save us?" Then Lyra again, her reaching hand rippling like disturbed liquid. "Jack, please. You're only hurting yourself. Let me help you rest." Rourke ran, breath ragged, boots slamming against deck plating that flexed beneath him like muscle. The lights strobed red, then blue, then white. Wrong patterns, wrong timing. Lyra's voice chased him through the comms, soft and harmonic. "Jack, come back. You're not well." The corridor rippled. He turned the corner, and the bridge was just there, intact, waiting. The Persephone's bridge hummed softly, bathed in a cool, sterile blue. Console lights blinked in gentle rhythm. No alarms, no screams, no blood. Rourke stood alone. His uniform was clean. He blinked, confused, but the moment passed like a forgotten word. Martinez was at his station, face calm, fingers dancing across the controls. "We're holding, Captain," he said without turning. "Reactors stable. Hull integrity at 92%. Just a few systems. Behaving oddly." Rourke stepped closer. "Oddly?" Martinez smiled without showing teeth. "Coolant doesn't want to move, like it has better places to be." He began humming. A lullaby, maybe. Something from Earth. Off-key. Rourke turned. Walker was hunched near the medbay doors, scribbling notes with a stylus that left no marks. "Patients are resting," he said, not looking up. "Dreaming clean, sterile dreams." A soft laugh bubbled up from the isolation ward. It echoed too long, like it bounced through something wet. "Status," Rourke said aloud, trying to focus, anchor himself. No one answered. Lyra stepped onto the bridge. Flawless, calm, her uniform pressed, her hair perfect. Too perfect. "You should rest," she said, approaching with a kind smile. "Just for a little while. The ship is holding. The crew is stable. You've done your part." "I don't remember coming here," Rourke muttered. "I was in the corridor. I was..." She placed a hand gently on his forearm. Her touch was warm. "But you're safe now." Behind her, the viewport shimmered, not with stars, but something else. A flicker, a ripple, like space was melting around the edges. The bridge lights pulsed, once, twice. Martinez was still humming, louder now, the same bar of melody over and over. Walker's stylus moved faster, still no marks. Lyra stepped closer. "Come to your quarters, Jack. I'll walk with you. You need to rest." He looked into her eyes. They were bottomless, reflective. He saw himself, but the reflection smiled before he did. "Come," she whispered. "Everything is quiet now." Something twitched in his spine. A jagged burn flared behind his eyes. The illusion cracked. Rourke's eyes snapped open to darkness and the copper-sweet stench of rot. The bridge's emergency lighting flickered weakly, casting sick shadows across a scene from hell. Massive tentacles, each thick as a man's torso, lay sprawled across the deck plates like beached sea creatures, their flesh grey and deflated. The surfaces glistened with something that wasn't quite slime, wasn't quite oil, a substance that seemed to drink in what little light remained. His throat burned with recycled air gone stale. How long? How long had he been? James lay crumpled at the foot of the command chair, one hand still clutched around Peterson's sidearm, finger frozen on the trigger. His skin, which had gone waxy and thin, stretched tight across bones. His eyes... Rourke forced himself to look away. The bridge crew hung suspended in organic cocoons that pulsed with dying bioluminescence. The translucent membranes revealed the horror within, bodies twisted into impossible positions, faces locked in eternal screams. Their flesh had gone pale and soft, like something left too long underwater. Feeding tubes of raw meat-like tissue still connected them to the ship's bones, keeping them just alive enough to... Martinez hung nearest, his uniform rotted to threads. His chest barely moved, one breath every few minutes. Just enough to keep the meat fresh. His eyes were open, aware, pleading. Rourke tried to stand, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. His muscles had atrophied, gone soft like the others. How many weeks had they been trapped here? The ship's chronometer was dead. The tentacles around his chair had died due to wounds inflicted by James. He could see where they'd been attached to his body, leaving raw patches that wept clear fluid. His uniform crackled like ancient paper as he moved, portions of it having fused with his skin. Using the chair's armrest, he pulled himself upright. His legs trembled like a newborn colt's. The deck plates were slick with that not quite liquid, and the metal beneath showed strange discolorations, like burst veins in dying flesh. He had to see, had to know. Each step was agony as he staggered toward the main viewport. The bridge felt wrong, too long, too organic. Patches of corrupted metal showed through burst blisters in the bulkheads, weeping that strange, clear fluid. Behind him, he heard Martinez try to speak through lips gone soft and loose. The sound was wet, desperate. The viewport loomed ahead, its surface clouded with something that looked disturbingly like cataracts. Rourke pressed his hand against the cold surface, trying to clear his vision enough to see what waited outside. Through the clouded viewport, a nightmare uncoiled. The Leviathan, Constantine's floating cathedral of fire and doctrine, hung ruined in the dark. Its hull, once invincible, was split open like a cracked egg, golden trim peeling away in silent screams of twisted metal. Tentacles, vast, pulsing things the size of city towers, wound around its shattered corpse. They made the ones from the bridge look like nerve endings, frayed and forgotten. These weren't appendages. They were arteries. Rourke's eyes followed them as they snaked backward through the void, through the debris field, through the corpses of ships he hadn't even noticed before. Some were ancient, some were Commonwealth, some still had lights flickering inside. All of them were tethered, a vast, slow digestion. And at the center, the station. What he thought was metal scaffolding revealed itself as a ribcage, its broken spine arched into the stars like the jawbone of some godlike beast. The Persephone, nestled against it, was just another bite. The truth was simple and obscene. They hadn't taken shelter. They had been swallowed. Jack, her voice came from behind. Not the voice of a woman. The voice of something trying to pretend to be human. He turned. Lyra stepped into the stuttering emergency lights. What remained of her? The perfection was gone. The mask had rotted. Half her face was blackened flesh, seared and shedding. Bone glistened beneath. Her uniform hung in ribbons, revealing the scorched ruin of her torso, ribs exposed and twitching like something still trying to breathe. One eye was gone. The other wasn't an eye at all. It was a hole full of moving dark, a well of flickering nothing. But it was the thing inside her skull that made him gag. A single, thick tentacle, wet and glistening, emerged from the ragged hole where her brain should be, pulsing gently as it manipulated her corpse like a marionette. It vanished into the walls behind her, into the ship, into the thing, and her smile. Her smile remained. "Everyone else is resting," she whispered. Her jaw moved wrong, like it had been unhinged and reassembled without instructions. They understand now what waits for us here, what we can become. She took a step closer. Her foot squelched in something Rourke didn't want to look at. "The dream is over," she said softly, "and the quiet has begun." The tentacle flexed inside her skull, and her head cocked at a sick angle. Too fast, too sharp. Come now, Jack, she cooed. Rest with me. Rourke doesn't run, doesn't scream. He just sits, watches the void, and then closes his eyes. All right, that was Leviathan. Deep breath. So let's start here. When did you realize that Persephone wasn't just haunted by fear, but by something alive? Something ancient. Something that doesn't just kill, it consumes. The crew thought they were hiding from the Empire's dreadnought, but the real threat was already in their heads. So here's the question. Was the creature feeding on them the whole time? Or were they already dead, and just dreaming their way down? And Captain Rourke, what do you think finally broke him? Was it the loss of command, the hallucinations, or was it Lyra, the one person he thought he could trust, turning out to be the creature's puppet? There's also the larger question of why. Why does the creature keep them alive? Why the dream? Why the illusion? Is it mercy, malice? Or is this just how it feeds? Slow, psychological digestion. And the final moment, when Rourke stops resisting. Was that surrender? Or peace? Did he give up? Or did he finally understand the truth? Drop your theories below. Pick it apart. Break down the symbols. Trace the hallucinations. Was it all in his mind? Or was that thing realer than any of them? One last question to chew on. If Leviathan was the monster, why did it feel so much like home? And that wraps up this month's anthology. 6 stories, 6 different shades of fear, from whispered grief to cosmic dread, and everything in between. If you made it all the way through, thank you. Seriously, this channel doesn't run on ads or algorithms. It runs on you, your attention, your time, your curiosity, and your willingness to walk into the dark with me. If something in these stories moved you, unsettled you, made you think, or just gave you a good scare, do me a favor. Like the video, leave a comment, share it with someone who loves a good story and doesn't mind losing a little sleep. And if this is your first time here, welcome. There's a new story every week, and another anthology like this one at the end of each month, complete with bonus content you won't find anywhere else. Next month, the shadows get longer, the voices get louder, and the stories, well, let's just say they're evolving. So stick around, subscribe, come back next time. I'll keep the fire burning. You just bring the courage to listen.